Okay, okay. I think we're in there. I think we are officially in there. So I hope everyone can see this. I'm just gonna enjoy it and love it. I'm just like double checking that this is all working. Um, yeah, I think we're good. So we're gonna throw on a little fun, low-key drum and bass mix. Just a little background music. Um, and let's see. Just making sure everything's good. Turn this down a little bit, all that good stuff. Okay. Let me check my DMs, make sure that, okay, MMF, the last person, officially the last. Oh wait, one more guy. And then I will have the bracket ready for you guys expeditiously. I think we are gonna have 41 players. With Mr. Zico being the last to sign up. Chico, I believe. So let's see. Gonna edit this and say we are closed. I really am like, we're so close, guys. Send messages on. Okay, so all of my and results. Okay. We have 41 players today. Pretty nice, if I do say so myself. Have a nice little turnout. Maybe the biggest Gauntlet gaming event ever. So okay. Missing one person. Just give me a sec here, guys. I swear to God, we're gonna get there. Oh no, we are at 40. Oh, I just miscounted. Haha. Okay, so 40 is our final number. I'm gonna start this bracket, shuffle seeds a couple times, shuffle them all up. And we are going to begin. Okay. Start the tournament. So here's the bracket. I'm gonna pin it for everyone involved. And let's pull up that bracket so we can see it on the stream. Talk about any spicy results and whatnot. Let's get in there on this fine day. We got some guy DMing me trying to get in this tournament. It's the hottest event of the season, so perfectly understandable why he would want to get in, but sadly I think he just missed it. And here we have the bracket. So we're looking at some tough matchups all around. Looks like it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have to win 6 in a row to win this little event. And for round 1, I think we're looking at. I like Obito versus Sheldon. That seems like a nice one. Spiral versus Kerberos. Samu Pustino. I think a previous Gauntlet Gaming champion versus Chico himself, our final entrant. It's single no time. Single elimination, no time in the round. You know, we're just vibing. You guys got to bear with me a little bit here because, you know, I am doing like the equivalent of an entire tournament staff as well as streaming, but that is the challenge that we signed up for in this situation. MF, I'm Furman, PE Epoxy, and who do we say we want to watch? I want to watch Obito. I think he's a quite strong player, kind of come on the Discords and whatnot more recently, and they're already gone, so this will be perfect. And hope you guys are tuning in and can enjoy what we got going on here. The first place prize is going to be a box, which I have actually right here. I can show you guys a little box of Yu-Gi-Oh product that I believe I won at some tournament a few months ago. Been sitting on it, haven't really tried to sell it. So you guys are going to be able to get first dibs at that if you win this event. And we're going to start off this game. Sheldon hitting him with the trap dust shoot. Obviously just super insane card. And that's going to send back the Dark Armed, and Mr. Obito has, you know, a powerful hand full of Blackwing monsters. Let me spam this live chat link in a few servers. And now we're just vibing. That's the hard part. The 30 minutes of us running around trying to start this thing up, that's the hard part. Now we're just simply vibing. Obito pondering his options here. Gonna summon the Shura, get met with a Bottomless, chain the Icarus, make sure his Blizzard is gonna be live here. And yeah, let me know, sound off if anything's sounding really messed up, or, you know, I'm no technician here. I can't do much about the quality, really anything. I can't really do much of anything, but if you let me know, then at least for the next time I can try to improve it. But I appreciate all you guys tuning in. There is a donation link, which actually I'll add it to the links, but yeah, you know, if you want to toss anything for the prize pool, I will make sure it gets the players. You know, definitely just would be kind of a bonus, but I think the people would appreciate it. So if you want to add anything to there, it's paypal.me/JamesArk, who is me. So he sets, and Obito is going to drop the Blizzard on him. Probably making a... Well, we could summon that first and maybe make an Armed Wing. Pressing for a lot of damage here. Just that burst power of Blackwing going crazy. Rules on no show. The Armed Wing trades off with this Raikou. The Bora is going to connect direct, but just like that, he's down to less than half his life. We know there's another Icarus attack down, which is probably this first set, but Gear Frame is going to get dropped. The Fortress is also milled there, which seems kind of crucial because he can easily just search a Force if he has another one and drop it straight to the grave. But at the same time, you know they have that Icarus, so you're probably just going to want to press with your Gear Frame here. I do a quick check of this. Which seems kind of crucial because you can easily just search a Force if he has another one. You know, we got to do some quality checks, make sure this is all flowing correctly. Let's turn this up a little bit. Let me know. Sound off in the comments, you know, if everyone's vibing. Commentary would be better if Necro is casting. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that actually. So maybe midway through we're gonna have to get Necro or someone maybe even more skilled involved. But I just want to make sure I can handle this all on my own first off before we start adding more, you know, complicated people into the mix. But he's going to drop the Sirocco here, which seems like it's probably drawn for turn, because I believe there is still the other Blizzard that was known to be in hand. So this comes down, and he knows if he uses any removal on it, he's going to get met with that Icarus, so it's kind of a tough position for Mr. Sheldon over here. Sheldon at 9-9, taking over from the 9-9 to the 2000. So he's in deep in the quandary zone. You know, I'm gonna spam this link. I'm gonna spam this link to my heart's content, really. The people need to see this. Rocking and rolling. Thank you, Jay-Z. I don't know if you're describing your own behavior or my behavior, but I'm rocking and rolling. I hope you're rocking and rolling as well. Literally every tournament participant and the viewers, I hope, are rocking and rolling. There's probably not a human on planet Earth that I would hope is not rocking and rolling. I kind of wish that for everyone. So we're gonna trade off this bottomless for the Fortress and then hit with the Gear Frame, but we know this Blizzard is about to come down, so it can basically run the board if it gets over this Gear Frame. If Sheldon maybe has another defensive trap like a bottomless or a Deep Prison, a Mirror Force, that could prove troublesome for Mr. Obito, but making the Goyo Guardian or an Armed Wing here and just going to town seems like a pretty safe maneuver. Brainiac could also bounce this back if you're really that afraid of the Battle Trap. But at the same time, Obito's at 6,100 life. I can't imagine this guy's too afraid, even if he eats the trap and takes the damage off the Gear Frame. So, you know, I think you just risk it. He says think on summon. Maybe his Torrential down. Maybe a Book of Moon could also shut this whole situation down. But also, because also if he goes into Goyo, then the Book of Moon on the Goyo would not be able to be run over by the Gear Frame next turn. If Book of Moon's here, then at least he's preventing the Synchro and could, you know, take out the Shura, take out the Blizzard if you wanted to, and kind of guarantee that no bigger monster is going to be able to come down. But it is a little risky because you probably do have to run over the Shura if it is Book of Moon, and then it leaves the Blizzard, and then you can make another Synchro next turn, so you're kind of forcing yourself to draw into the trap. It's seeming most likely to me that it might be that Book of Moon, but perhaps, you know, Compulsory is maybe a card. I mean, I guess you would wait for the Synchro for Compulsory every time, but it is the Book of Moon. Decides to hit this. Maybe he was thinking if the card he drew was a Bora or something, he would still be able to Synchro with the Blizzard. So I think it's pretty understandable to hit the Blizzard there. Like I said, you're going to want to attack the Shura here anyway. The Shura can always crash with the Gear Frame. So that's kind of your more important target to take out. You're basically forcing him to draw a monster, and if he doesn't, then you'll be in a pretty good spot. But again, Obito got that high life, and this is going to block for 2 more turns, so plenty of turns to draw either another Blizzard, another Shura. Galut even kind of gets him out of this situation. Deep Prison helps out. To get good at Edison, should I focus on more on rocking or rolling, perhaps a combination of both? That's actually a great question. I'm glad you asked. I'm kind of more of a rocker genotype myself, but I do have a lot of respect for some prominent rollers. I think Marcus LOL, you know, he's kind of more of the roller faction, but I think you really probably want to cultivate a combination of rocking and rolling to have the best results. And he just rips the straight up 3rd Blizzard. Not even the 2nd Blizzard. It wasn't even a 2 out of 30. It was a 1 out of 31. You know, just a casual Vestra on his deck. He could even make another guy here, but he doesn't even have to. That's the thing. If he has a trap, maybe he could consider making it Stardust, but you know, he can really do whatever he wants here. If he has a Gaia Knight, he could also consider that. Colossal Fighter in defense, a Thought Ruler. Can't really go wrong. I mean, there's better and worse plays, but you know, I think anything works. It's going to be pretty hard for Mr. Sheldon to come back from this, but he does have exactly 5 materials, monster materials in graveyard, so that top deck Avarice could prove to be pretty deadly. Let me just check in on the boys here. Tag me if there is a winner or a judge issue. Let's pull this bracket back up in the meantime. So these are our boys right here. Indica and Mayberry are already round ahead. Maybe I should have stopped in on them because I know Mayberry's having a great season in the War League right now. Shout out to him. Are we stuck? What's happening here? Did we lag out? I'm confused. There's no way we're still in main 2, right? I guess we are. I guess we were really just thinking that whole time. That's crazy. I kind of named off every possible combination that you could do in about 3 minutes there. It took him about all that time just to pick one. But he decided to go for the Armed Wing, which is not even one that I listed. This guy's going off the books, it looks like. But this does punish whatever set here, assuming it's not a hamster, which is about the only thing that's going to save him here. Maybe a Snowman Eater if that is in rotation, but it should just be lethal, and it is. Check this again. We're all good. We're all shipwright. Now we're in siding. Mr. Obito up on the game 1. Now the Machina versus Blackwing matchup, that's one that you kind of been seeing a lot lately as more people pick up this Machina deck to kind of counteract, in theory, Heroes and Blackwings. Now, I've actually had the opportunity to test a good amount against that deck from the Blackwing side and also from the Hero side. I definitely think it's a strong deck, but I also feel like if the whole goal of playing it is to counter those two, then it kind of is only maybe 50-50 against both those decks. I don't think it truly has a great matchup, and I just find it to be a little bit of an inconsistent deck in other situations. It's definitely real. I definitely like the Machina control deck as a pick right now, but it does kind of feel like a worse value. You're playing a lot of the same engines, but the Fortress is just a little weak to a lot of their removal, and Vayu, for example, has access to all the best, dark support, dark armed, and allure. So, but it remains to be seen, because I could definitely see this deck making a good run. I know it's had some good results at the past couple tournaments. So, and I know actually Sheldon is one of the players that's been repping this deck for quite a long time. So if anyone's going to do it, it's probably him. I love a good, homegrown clone. This guy's been one tricking this deck forever, right? And he just takes down everyone despite the bad matchups or whatever the case. So I love that. Let's see. Let me drop this link off a few more places. We gotta promote the stream. What's the stream if you're not gonna promote the bejesus out of it? Shout out to my boy Marcus, just sent him the link. So we're opening with a great opener of Storm the Back Row, Whirlwind Bora. In all honesty, like, Storm is it could be considered a questionable card in the Blackwing deck because you're so reliant on your own back row, but it's really this opener going second that makes me want to include it in the deck, because you really do need an unopposed Black Whirlwind to carry you through the game, and just the fact you can sweep everything and go to town really makes it, especially going second when they're going to have bottomlesses, dust tornadoes, everything. They're going to have all that stuff. So you got to find a way to get around it. Ryan Machine is a deceivingly challenging deck to play, honestly. I could agree with that. I think a lot of decks, as we're getting deeper into the format, going on a couple years now, it's like, performing their surface level combo is not so challenging. You could read a little blog post or watch a video about that or something, reading the forums, but knowing how to do it all in the right situations against the right matchups, that's really where the skill is shown, and knowing how to adjust your play and predict what they might be siding. It's really a lot to keep in mind at any given time. So we're going to crack into this Hamster, which is as good a card as you could have in this situation. He's not going to collude over it. So he's basically saying that, yeah, you can Raikou my Whirlwind. I'll give it up willingly. And if that gets followed up by a Kai's or something, that might be a pretty bad spot for Obito. And it kind of makes you wonder what he has. If he had a Icarus, he probably would be shotgunning that bad boy right away. So it might be looking like a hand of monsters, but at the same time, if it was Shura, that probably would have gotten summoned over the Bora. Sirocco also most likely would have gotten summoned over the Bora. So you might be looking at a Blizzard, Dark Armed, maybe even a DD Crow if he sided it for the Avarices, stuff like that. But either way, even if he had multiple Blizzards, it's not looking like a great spot, because a single trap kind of cancels out his turn if that is the case. Maybe something like a Dust Tornado, or I don't know, Mr. Obito's playing that many Dust Tornado, but Deep Prisons. But I think he might have set those alongside the Whirlwind, even though you're accepting the Storm might come down. Like, I think you just need to survive this turn without taking too much of a huge life point and advantage damage, which at this point is what's going to happen. Even if he collutes here, which might not be a bad play, let's be real, but the Fortress is going to still trade with the Bora the Spear, and then he's going to get clocked in for, 3,100 damage? I know actually Mr. Obito does enjoy playing the Gore's Emissary of Darkness item, so maybe that could be a way to defend from this assault here, but you know, if he colludes, even if he takes this damage, if he has a Blizzard to follow it up, and Sheldon doesn't have a relevant trap, oh, okay, we're not colluding. Maybe we're saying we already have a way to deal with this field. Maybe even a Blizzard, pitch something, drop a Dark Arm. You know, that could be a potential line. But I'm not sure. Keeping the collude, that seemed like a pretty easy way to both save yourself some damage and get rid of a pretty big threat. Because yeah, now he's putting the gear frame on it. That's an additional layer of protection. Let's see. What do we got, Mr. Obito? I believe that's a Naruto reference. I believe that's from the anime Naruto. Oh, okay. So he said, I don't need to use the collude on this fortress because I know I'm going to be able to answer the fortress with my Cyber Dragon. That's a play that makes sense to me. Just conserve your collude because you might need that for later on, especially if you can find that Shura. And are we going to follow this up maybe with a Blizzard? That'd be two good threats on the board. You don't even have to synchro right away. Little known fact, this Chimera deck also a Dark. So if it does go to grave, maybe that's just fueling his Dark Armed. I'm not saying he does have Dark Armed, but I'm not saying he doesn't have Dark Armed, you know? Okay. Ronak was able to take round one, maybe to no one's surprise. Ronak is a very strong player, performs really well in a lot of these tournaments, so, you know, he's doing his thing. The Chimera tech is going to try to crack over the Raikou, I believe, which makes sense, just a little more damage. Let's see. Sheldon is hitting him with the Think, the Deep Prison, which I bet he's wishing that was a bottomless trap hole now to cancel out that Cyber Dragon. Maybe in the Black Horn of Heaven would have been nicer. And he's sitting pretty with that 5 engraved. That's what you want to see. It can be kind of hard, I feel like, to get that 5 engraved right away, but once you do, it's just like those Pot of Avarice draws just become so deadly at any point in the game. Now, with this set monster, Obito's at 4,000, so it's possible he does just want to buffer a bit of damage, but it's also possible this could be an Icarus attack, of course. You always got to consider that. But at the same time, it's not like he really wants to use his Icarus on these two monsters, so you're pretty safe just to swing in, I would say. He does decide to use the Storm. I mean, if that was Icarus, it could have kind of been a waste, but at the same time, you're really only losing these guys, so he was, I think, trying to bait him a little bit because he was thinking, like I just said before, you know, it's super safe play to just attack with these, even if it is Icarus, you're losing guys that have already gotten value. He was ready to punish him right away with the Mirror Force. So now he can just go to town with this Fortress, which you can just pitch this Force, and everyone always asks, I'll take a second to mention it now. The only reason this guy is in the deck is a searchable Monster Reborn from Machina Fortress. Your Machina Fortress is already engraved, you summon the Gear Frame, you search this guy, he's level 10, boom, you discard him easy. This was the value, like I said, probably got stuck on a handful of monsters there. Probably even had the Cyber Dragon from turn 1, just didn't want to summon it because there wasn't a face-up machine yet. And yeah, we're getting in there. Looking pretty dark for Obito here. Looking Curtains, aka Shambletown, but maybe another Cyber Dragon could come in clutch. That seems like probably the best card he could have. Other than that, find a way to get that Dark Arm live if it does exist in the hand location. What are we thinking? We're deep in the tank. Sirocco comes down. And the bottomless answers that Sirocco, and that's just going to end the game right there. He's already pretty down bad, but yeah, clearly having a good trap there. Sorry, I'm back reading now. This guy, a couple people seem to be kind of upset about not being able to play, but you know, it's like, I feel like a lot of those people, let's just say, have some history of being poor sports or just kind of rude to their opponents, causing a bunch of issues. I'm one man. First of all, I'm one man. I don't have time to manage a bracket of, hey, this guy has a ruling issue. Hey, this guy's lagging in and out. Oh, this guy has a toilet break every round. You know, I'm not dealing with that shit at all, let alone any personal issues. So, you're not playing this tournament. You're not playing this free tournament that I'm putting on for fun. And yeah, if that's going to be an issue, I feel like you need to really take stock of your own situation, because you're that mad that you can't play one of like 6 tournaments a week, it seems like nowadays. That's crazy. That's crazy. But onward and upward, I suppose. Mr. Sheldon versus Mr. Obito. Now, Mr. ProStorm, I see you in the chat. Shout out to you. Who's my pick to win? Let's pull this up real quick. My pick to win of this round, I'm going to give it to Mr. Obito. I like the way he pilots the Blackwing deck, but Mr. Sheldon was seeming pretty strong right there. Now, I'm just going down this list real quick. You got some powerful players. Raikoko, I'm a fan of him, despite being on, you know, a nemesis team of ours, a notorious shady team in the War League, Ring of Destruction. They do be putting up numbers. You know, honestly, Josh Kipp is not a bad player either. I know him from playing some money matches, so it could even be the case that Raikoko may fall to him in this round 1. But I doubt that's the case, because Raikoko is quite a strong player. So I predict Raikoko going pretty far. Stevie's on a tear, man. Stevie's on my War League team. Huge fan of this guy, also known from playing money matches. And man, it's like every week he posts something. You, like, hey, I just won this other tournament. He stays just winning stuff. He's just a winner. I don't really know what to say about this guy. He won some speed duel thing the other day. It's just like, it doesn't stop with this guy. So to bet against him seems kind of foolish. So I would say he's going to go pretty far. I swear we're going to get back to this match in a moment, boys. But I have to mark down a victory by Leo Baca. Yes. And that is Joy Boy taking it. And SoFlo also SoFlo was able to take it as well. Let's see where he's at. SoFlo. Am I blind? I am blind. My mouse was right over it. As you can see, I'm in a state of sensory overload here. So also Ryanide is going to take it over Mr. Big Noodle. You know, I make it a habit to not really observe too much a lot of these decks that are being posted, because it feels like it's maybe a conflict of interest or something. But I did see Mr. Big Noodle was on some, I would say, disgusting technology. He was on some sort of OTK deck. Almost had to DM that man back and be like, sorry, don't pull up with this. Do not pull up. But, you know, we let it rock, and the universe sorted itself out because he won, or he was able to be defeated round 1. Streaming that later in the tournament seems like a bit of a nightmare. Spiral is also going to go down. Spiral, despite being my boy, love to see a new face in Kerberos. Don't know what that guy's name means. We're going to hit him with a charge, then. But I believe the charge is milled off the Trooper. I see what happened here. Probably the MST came down, then the Trooper got in for a cheeky 1900. But this is able to be answered by the Cyber Dragon, unless we have Bottomless, which we did. No Book of Moon to save it there. You could still contact with the Cyber Dragon while it's face down, so that would have been a nice maneuver. But either way, it's almost better this way. Yeah, he would have lost out on the draw with the Chimera tech, but this Shura, getting access to your whole engine essentially, your Vayu gets put in the grave, you're getting a second Dark in there, and then your Shura can go to grave safely because you just get to sync off with it. You'll have the Blizzard access. You know, resolving a Shura is basically like, I don't know, a cracked Armageddon Knight, you know, Deep Sea Diva effect, obviously. But yeah, you always want to try to resolve that. So losing the Cyber Dragon, no sweat, I would say. He just has to risk the Gores here. Clearly he was thinking about that for a moment. No Gores comes down. Now he's free to either synchro off or use this as an Icarus fodder. Let's see. Not that this isn't riveting, but I'm about ready to be done with this match and see what other spice is occurring in other parts of the bracket. I'm very curious what people decide to bring this prestigious Gauntlet Gaming tournament. So Android was the play. You know, Catastor often ends up being better against this Machina heavy deck because it cannot be attacked over, but at the same time, sometimes they're able to punish that with their own Cyber Dragon, which they almost always do have in rotation, especially post-board against the Blackwing deck. So Android, especially if you have another trap to back it up, the Battle Trap, doing the same job that Catastor would have done anyway, I would say Android makes a lot of sense to me. Plus, you always get that nice additional life gain. Indicut is also, you know, a player that you gotta give it to him. You know, he stays winning. Prestigious member of the Bongo Boys team. You know, never know with this guy. He brings the spice. He brings normal decks. He brings spiced up normal decks. He brings normaled up spice decks. You know, him, Ronak, Stevie, and Stevie and Indica could be set for a clash up here. So that's gonna be some Dragon Ball Z shit. So we're gonna hit in. We're gonna make this Armed Wing with the Blizzard, pierce for a bit of damage, get in now with this Android, and suddenly Sheldon's on, you know, match point here. If he takes another hit from this Android, or maybe just any little guy plus a Kalut, he's basically dead. So now is really the time he has to make this happen. Does he have a heavy storm, anything to clear these back rows? Because Obito looks like he has this one within his grasp. We're going to start off with a Lila. That's going to target down one of the back rows, presumably. And, you know, probably there's a weak one and a strong one. You always got to assume something like that. That seemed like probably the strong one. It seems like about as good a card as you could have had. But still looking pretty weak from Sheldon, unless that's a powerful trap like a Mirror Force or Torrential that can be triggered. Perhaps even a Deep Prison if Obito does not summon a second item could be useful here. Now there could be some OTK lines with the Sirocco or a Icarus attack, but you also might be risking a D Crow there. I'm talking about tribute for the Sirocco, Icarus it off, pop both guys, banish those, but Crow does punish you. I don't know if Crow is that likely. Game 3 against... I shouldn't even be responding to these jokers on the Discord, but this looks like it's going to be game here. I mean, unless there's a TT or something big, because that sure is about to come out. You can make a Brionic, bounce the back row, or just punch in with an Armed Wing if you really want to. I mean, that needs to be a Mirror Force, it needs to be a Torrential. We're thinking on the target. Well, what does that mean? The target specifically. Because sometimes you would want to, like, Torrential on the Blizzard effect. Yeah, if he only had 2 monsters, or only had the Blizzard, because then you're playing around the Starlight Road. But in this case, he already would have had the live Starlight Road, so he did basically have the one card that could have saved him there. And now, just like that, Sheldon has at least a fighting chance. I'm not going to say he's ahead or even in a good spot, but let's see. Tense moment. Sheldon, low life. whatever he does here is probably going to decide the game in one way or another. Thank you guys for tuning in once again. I'll do my little midstream plug. You know, the donation link is right there if you are so inclined to want to throw a little towards the prize pool or to future tournaments. You know, we're happy to have you. Happy to accept that, of course. And yeah, I mean, tournaments maybe not necessarily going to be my main bag. You know, I'd really like to make some more videos similar to the Blackwing one that you guys may or may not have seen. If you haven't, go check that out for sure. But you know, I do want to throw a few, kind of give back to the community occasionally. And once again, just as I got it right here, this nice Battle of Chaos box. Yeah, it's not Edison format, but I think this thing is worth, you know, an 80 or so, and you can keep it sealed just like I did, and maybe that'll appreciate in value. You can kind of get your little stockbroker on. What else we got? I think we got a new report in. Arco V111 against 10FD. Somehow I forgot to mention 10FD in my list of the top players here. That was certainly by no intentional action. That was certainly a mistake, because 10FD is one of the better performing players of the online circuit. Definitely created a very strong list of value. And just to drop a little teaser in the chat right here, next video coming out this week, it's going to be a nice video with me and Matt Kay, North American Nationals champion, talking about the value deck and different options for it. So definitely going to want to stick around for that. Probably give it a Wednesday release time, maybe a Thursday release time, but you know, we'll see. We play it by ear here. We're just one man. We're just one man making Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube videos. Like, can't really expect too much. The gear frame comes down, probably one of the better draws that this guy could have had, and that gets in for the 18. I didn't see exactly what it searched, but I had to imagine a fortress because it didn't seem like he had that one in rotation as of yet. This is going to crack in with the Sirocco. Is there a battle trap? Are we going to damage calc? If we have double collude, it's game. I do not think he has double collude, but you know, you gotta imagine. More importantly, this Sirocco also can make this value live. It's almost leading me to believe that this may not be a Icarus attack set, because he might have just gone for that right away. Tribute off the Sirocco, banish. Like I said before, you might lose out to a DD Crow, but to me that's not so deadly. I think it's not so likely that this is in his deck in the game 3 scenario, you know? Some people have seen do like the Crow against Blackwings, but it really only hits the Blizzard, which admittedly is pretty nice, but I think it can be a dead card early game against those Shuras and Boras and early aggression. So maybe if your deck can take advantage of it, you know, you want to fuel your Pot of Avarice, as is happening here, or Allure of Darkness is also a pretty good reason that Crow could be in your deck. But otherwise, I think it's got really no place against Blackwings. Probably have other better interruptions that you could use. So Diego is going to move on. Indica is going to take over Mayberry there. And SoFlo took it over Hyped Rashid. So we're still waiting to see for Stevie, Josh Kipp, Raikoko, a lot of big matches. So I'm hoping this one can wrap itself up. Not that we're not witnessing some intense, fun, and interactive gameplay. Obviously, that goes without saying. It's Edison format. What's the graveyard count for Avarice? This guy's asking all these questions. It's 4. His Avarice is not active right now. I bet he's kicking himself. He says, I wish I could just get that one more monster in there. And maybe that's going to be this one. If it's a Raikou, it could even get extra monsters, you know? These guys are being extremely proper with their actions. Declaration is fine. Now we're in damage step. Sometimes you do want to do some tricks with the Compulse or Icarus attack to make sure your attacks go through. Probably have some more time to talk about that later. I'm sure it might even come up in this tournament. Let's see. So this Raikou is going to flip and then he's going to target, but just like ProStorm was alluding to, I think there's a great chance that this might make a Pot of Avarice live. Now, whether that's really enough to get this guy back in the game, Kind of remains to be seen because I think if he can stick the fortress unopposed through a back row, then maybe. He also milled all his gear frames here. Kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, if we're just able to avarice him back, then maybe not such a big deal after all. But it does mean that you're not going to draw it for that turn draw. So Obito can remain assured, slight assurance, slight less odds of him redrawing that gear frame. So you're always happy about that because that probably is the best draw in his deck at this given point. The Pot of Avarice set as a bluff. I think he said I think he dropped the F-bomb when all those gear frames were milled, but then he said just kidding as we flipped the Avarice. He really faked us out there as if we didn't know that there was an Avarice. He'd been getting beaten down all game, 0 live cards. Obviously you got an Avarice, bro. So we're 2 up. And he does find the Storm. Ooh, the Solemn is gone. Is this going to be Sheldon's time to take back control of this game? I think all he needs to do is put that fortress down, and he could be in a fantastic spot. I don't like that thinking, you know. If you're Obito, you got to be looking at that kind of scared because this guy got 5 cards in hand, 5 different options, 5 different ways to dismantle you right now. You put all your effort kind of into clocking him, getting him pretty low, but now the only resource you have remaining really is this Vayu plus the Sirocco, so you're hoping this thing can get to grave. If you attack into a deep prison or something, that could be pretty damaging, so I'm curious to see here how he navigates this. You gotta look at the cards that Sheldon has used already. The Solemn, the TT, 1 bottomless, 1 deep prison. The Storm also gone, of course. So didn't seem like he had an immediate way to drop that fortress because I think that thing would have come down very quickly and swung over the Sirocco. We're going to see a normal summon of Vayu, 2 Vayu in the deck. Very common thing nowadays in the Blackwing players. Is this going to get met with a deep prison? That'd be a fantastic card for Sheldon to have. But I think he's going to say that a declaration is fine. I mean, I don't see any response realistically that Obito could have here. But this is going to get banished. But if this Vayu connects with a Kalut in hand, I'm thinking that... Nope, no Kalut, okay. He says no Vayu effect today. This guy's a real narrator. I call him narrator sometimes when they're talking too much in the chat. But at the end of the day, you gotta respect it. I respect a little chatting. So Marcus and Nock also both won. Let's see here. Mr. Marcus, LOL. I think I forgot about that guy too. I'm talking about some of the strong players in this event. That's a Bongo Boy teammate of mine. Also just an old friend of mine. I think he's a very strong player that has a great chance of doing well at this tournament. And would really not be surprised to see him make a deep run either. Now Mr. Nock, let's see up here. Nock is going to take it over the goals. So the Ryo is going to crack over that Vayu as we knew that the Kalut was not present. You got to kind of wonder to yourself what this new back row that he probably drew off the Avarice or drew for turn may be. Could be something like a Dust Tornado. Could be something like a Bottomless Trap Hole even. But I don't necessarily think it's a Deep Prison because I think one of those attacks would have gotten blocked this past turn. Would have been a pretty big risk to take if Obito did have Kalut and Sheldon would have lost on the spot. So I think maybe the Deep Prison would have come down on the Sirocco before it killed the DD Warrior Lady. But it's really anyone's game, right? Like, well, I shouldn't say that. I would say Sheldon is a fair bit ahead despite having quite low life. But, you know, you're still vibing out if you're Obito. I mean, a brain control slam down from the heavens would just completely demolish this Ryo. Now we find the Kalut, and you gotta be pretty sure that's that guy's draw for turn. Now is he maybe gonna slam down a Gale next to it, threatening a lot of damage through this Ryo? if the Gale comes down, you might be forced to negate. Oh, you got 2 lethal threats. I think he needs to have the Mirror Force. Maybe he can save this with a Book of Moon. Maybe a Call of the Haunted could also block a bit, but I don't think Call of the Haunted is even enough. And that is just game. Yeah, Dust Tornado and another Avarice. The multiple dead Avarices, I think, really caught him here, and he just didn't have enough monster removal. He got sacked again. I don't know about all that. The TT was kind of insane because that was really like the only card that could have saved him in that scenario. But I don't know if I would truly say this guy got sacked. I mean, there wasn't a Whirlwind resolved. He did brick on the Avarices, it seemed, but it's the boy who cried sack. But Obito is going to move on. I will just mark that for them. How you guys feeling in the chat? You love it? You hate it? You love the narrated content? Raikoko also got there over Josh Kipp. Josh Kipp, I believe, is a quite talented current player. He's topped some events as of late, so shout out to him for sure. Who are we looking at next? I know I said I want to jump around. Maybe I'll jump around for a minute, just get a scope of some of these lists. And before we settle in, if y'all got anyone that you really want to see, please let me know. Quavo Huncho, aka Leo P, Leo Pushin' P, recent addition to the Bongo Boys roster in GOAT format. So he's a powerful player. And he's going up against one of the best, though. He's going up against Rana, who is top player, but we're seeing some ultimate spice, I would say. I did take a peek at the list when he did submit it because I knew he was going to be on some ridiculousness, and we're seeing some Frog, Gladiator, Beast hybrid with the Threatening Roars. I have to imagine there's probably Wabakus in there too. I think you play those before you're playing the Roar if you got Gladiator Beast in your deck. But I'm interested to see just how those synergies work together, and if this can be one of those crazy Ronak decks that people love and he takes really far, or if it flops out in round 2 to a more normal and prepared deck. But we'll see. We'll see. Who else we got? Let's scroll, baby. Joy Boy versus Goga. I like this guy's name. I was a big fan of that. And this guy's playing Zeta Reticulant. These guys should be playing anything. We're seeing Frog GB. We're playing Zeta Reticulant. It's a table 500 casual tournament. You'd think all the top decks were banned. But this guy has a Zeta token. He's dropping Dark Arm. This Zeta deck looking crazy. This Zeta deck is looking like it's about to destroy Joybud Bebop, because he has a strong ass field. Does this even get, hold on, kind of opponent controls, so it won't get a token from this banishing effect of Dark Arm. It is a pretty fantastic counter to this Vayu deck, though. I have actually encountered this in the past. I don't think I was playing Vayu. I think I was playing some other deck that had a very heavy banishment engine, and the opponent was able to early game graveyard this Zeta Reticulant, and it just proved to be a quite strong counter to what I had going on. If you have consistent ways to banish your opponent's stuff, this guy just makes a free token every single time. So if you found some good ways to convert that, I mean, yeah, you kind of got to set up these combos. Not the most consistent card, I would say, but even just a simple Karma Cut, discarding Zeta Reticulant, that's a little plus right there. You get a free token out of it, 500 token, close that up. Who else we got? I am interested in that Zeta Reticulant deck. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that guy. Now these are not who I'm looking for. This guy's in. Death Machine 7, I believe, is in our tournament. This guy's playing a Jinzo Returner strategy with El-Tan in. Bunch of crazy Black Salvo stuff, and it seems to be Machina Mirror, living up to his name, the Death Machine. Big James, I'm also interested to see what he's got going on. Seems to be a hero strategy, and going up against a classic Value Turbo. Now this is still game 1, so I think I'm inclined to sit and watch some of this. I know Big James is also a player that has had some success both in current and a few years ago with some ARGs and whatnot, so I've always kept my eye on him as he explores the Edison community. What else we got? I'm trying to see. I don't want to miss out on anyone's updates. believe I have the bracket pinned in this channel. Samu also won his round 2 and Barcode won. So let me update that real quick. This game looks like it's all Arco right now. We got Raikoko and we got Arco. Geez. Barcode is going to take it here. I believe he is using some kind of Neospatian strategy. And who's the other guy we got? I'm fried at this point. You see me manically clicking these buttons, going around these brackets. You see how hard this is? You see the work that I'm putting in? You should donate. You gotta donate some money for that. But shout out to all of you guys who are viewing also. You know, we're all just here playing Edison, we're experimenting. And this guy's got a loaded graveyard, a lot of traps being expended, so maybe if Big James can get an item through, it could go the distance, but he would need something like a big absolute 0, I would say. That would need to come down quite quickly to start saving this game, because otherwise it looks like these flips are going to resolve and this Stardust is going to keep connecting and it's going to get out of hand. We're cooking along though, a couple more rounds, you know. We start at 7, probably be done within the next 2 hours, I would say, 2-3 hours, depending on how some of these slowpokes go. Anyone still in round 1? MMF's still in round 1. I'm hoping that that can... Haircut hippie. Oh, I need to get a haircut, okay. I don't know who this West 199 guy is, but you know, these are just the kind of trolls that you have to engage with when you do something like this. So it's really a lot of mental stress to deal with folks like this. This guy is popping the Snowman Eater. Millings, cards that I'm sure Big James is actually quite happy to see gotten rid of. It seems like he's probably resolved a few mill effects this game and not hit very much gas. He's only been able to use one value effect, so you know that rest of the deck is stacked with a few more, but I don't know how efficiently he'll be able to get them in the grave. He's gone through 2 Greffers and 1 Armageddon, so if this finds a second Armageddon, puts that value in the grave, that's a quite strong push for this turn. Perhaps even threatening lethal? I don't think it's lethal. 48? No, it is. It would be lethal if all those things connect. Getting the Armageddon, send the value. Or is there a Sirocco? There's not even a Sirocco in grave, so what am I talking about? He's not even able to accomplish that specific play. But this will thin the deck of that value, and when he does find that Sirocco, he will be able to banish it. Sadly, the Burial has been expended already, so that's not going to be able to return that to the grave. Oh, these guys have already been playing. One then lost to Stevie. Oh, okay. Okay, so we were just lagging behind a little bit. I would have gladly watched that Stevie MMF match. That sounds like a heater. But MMF was able to take it here, and then Stevie was able to take it over MMF. So, you know, my picks are going strong. We got Indicud, Stevie, Raikoko, Marcus. Skilled format, perhaps? Perhaps a skilled format? For once? Big James has taken big damage. Finds the Future Fusion. He already had a live Miracle, so this is not necessarily going to bail out those cards in his hand. But we'll see. I mean... Let's just chill. We gotta chill. We gotta chill out. I believe that's the end of my copyright-free liquid drum and bass mix. So we gotta find a new spring liquid drum and bass mix that is also copyright-free. Let's find that. Let's find that real quick. And we can just chill out in the sound of silence. Kind of take like a mental palate cleanser. Oh, we found part 2 of the same mix. This is literally the same guy. Shout out to Mr. Burnt Yogurt that we're rocking out with right now. And thank you guys once again for watching. We're going to see this bottomless used on the absolute zero. And we're going to see the chain of the compulse on the start. As that is a pretty nice maneuver because it's going to guarantee this board gets cleared, assuming there's no chain from Arco. And it doesn't seem like there was. So at least for the moment, Arco, his threats have been neutralized. And maybe this will just be what Big James needs to get back in the game. Although the card trooper there is probably one of the best draws that Mr. Arco could have gotten. He mills the Elfin, so he's on the Elfin technology and also the Sirocco. So this guy's got options. He can, either way, this value's getting banished, and I believe the Armor Master will come down. I don't know if you guys are seeing these like weird visual glitches sometimes that I get on Dueling Book, but apologies if you are. We're gonna get such a better setup, you know, guys. This is the beginning. This is first tournament in 6 months. You know what stopped the last tournaments? A car accident. You think anything less than a car accident is going to stop these from going off? I'm in. I'm locked in. I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot. And I'm dropping knowledge. I'm doing videos with Matt K. I'm doing videos with maybe Marcus LOL. You know, I'm doing videos with West1999. I might even get Ivan Rosito on there. Classic GOAT format player, now picking up Edison. You don't know what I'm about to do next. You don't know. The winner of this tournament, hey, maybe he gets a slot on the channel. Stevie, I might want him to talk about his speed duel prowess. He has a fantastic channel, by the way. I believe it's called Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenges. Definitely shout out to that guy because he has been carrying the hell out of us in War League as well. And I believe Leo P. Huncho may have taken it over Ronak. Is that what I'm hearing? That is what I am hearing. Jeez. So the Gladiator Beast Frog Deck sadly could not get there, but you know that's why we like this guy. He even though there's a little bit of money on the line or whatever, a little bit of a awesome prize, you know, he's still down to risk playing just some silly stuff that could turn people on, that could get people feeling creative about the game. So you really just like to see what that duelist has going on. But like, where are we at? I really like some more, you know, sound off in the comments. Some I never agreed. Oh, West1999 acting all brand new, but I get it, bro. It can be intimidating to come on the channel to kind of have to put your money where your mouth is. But is this really the case? Big James is gonna come back and get back in this game. Now it's Arco who has the Mirror Force, but Big James has the big Starlight Road, Bigger James even bigger road, I would say, and that is going to be the game. So despite Arco going mad deep into his deck, you know, they just grinded it out and he got there. That did seem like a pretty nice game. That might be a watch back later situation. I am not requiring replays for this tournament. You know, I just found it a little bit too much of a administrative work for me to collect all those, but I'm definitely open to, you know, any feedback of tournament structure that could, you know, people want to see. I know single limb, not necessarily the best for a quote unquote, you know, competitive format, but I do like that someone can get home from work, can, you know, just log on, play a tournament real quick. You know, you're just grinding. This is the gauntlet. You're just grinding, baby. So that's really what this is all about. But maybe for some bigger day-long tournaments announced further in advance, I would certainly consider a Swiss. I would consider a double elim. So if you're anyone who wants to help out with that, maybe judge those. I'm big on making sure we have quality judge staff doing their job, and I can, you know, pay them out and do the things that I need to do to make sure we have a good content and a good experience for the players involved. So I would be elated to maybe do, I don't know, there's a lot of people, you know, obviously shout out to Keegan, you know, he and I had our breakup, whatever, but those tournaments have been cracking off. You know, the Deck Devastators tournaments also cracking off. I'm seeing the Beast Mode ones start to get bigger. I'm seeing the format library tournaments start to get bigger. So you've got a lot of ways to play Edison nowadays, in all honesty. So I think if you're really a player that feels you're you're best of the best, it's like, go prove it, you know? Go prove it, because there's really no excuse, I feel. Chaos 1. I love this guy's name is just Chaos, you know? He is just chaos embodied. Let's see. He's won against Mr. Ryan-eyed. And now he's going to be facing down against Raikoko. But this has been a pretty tense match already. It seems like both these players are doing some tactical maneuvers. Seems like they know what they're doing. And that's what I love to see. You know, sometimes you watch these tournaments, you watch these matches, no disrespect to anyone, but even kind of late rounds, you're seeing just blatant mistakes or missiding or just ruling errors, you know, stuff that any player of serious, you know, quality would notice in a heartbeat. And it really pains me to notice that stuff, because it's like, we want to believe that we are playing, you know, the highest level competitive Edison format that we can be. And if just these mistakes are going unchecked, it's a little, kind of defeats the point of the whole thing, I would say. But these are players that are all here, a lot of them in the money match circuit, just grinding, just doing what they do, knowing the rulings, just taking advantage of every small thing they can. And yeah, it's a little cutthroat, but that's kind of the way we like it. And so I am happy to see both these players playing well. That makes me happy. And then you can start to really speculate and get into the mind game aspect of the game here. And Joy Boy has gotten it over Goga. Let's update that real quick. We're cooking along in this bracket. It seems like Tom Brady of DN has also gone down to Speccatoroni. Speccatoroni. Love that name. I don't know what that means. If anyone in the chat would like to weigh in. JDZ and Kerbero still going at it. Obito still going at it. Cincy James, and this one is what we're watching. The winner of that will play Mr. Marcus LOL, who I am excited to see whatever that match is going to look like. But we'll see. You know, we don't want to focus too hard on any of these individual players. But let's see. So the Stratos is coming down for Mr. James. Great name, by the way. It's going to crack over that Raiko. Ryan-eyed, you're welcome. You're welcome. I like putting these together. You know, it's a lot of effort. I don't think I can do this every week. I don't even know if I can do this every month, but you know, I talk my shit. I talk my shit in the channels, you know, but I think everyone should really know that I care a lot about this. You know, I'd be playing, I'd be speculating, I'd be watching all these matches, and I have a great appreciation for everyone who's, you know, putting on for the community, just involved in any type of way, pushing the metagame forward, all that. So shout out to you guys watching, tuning in, and you know, I don't know, I'm not even out here saying, oh, let's grow this channel, let's boost this thing up, you know? Sure, I want to get this bigger. Sure, I'd like to have some nice tournaments. I'd like to have some good content on the channel. But at the end of the day, I know I'm going to make some good content. So it's not even about that. It's just like, I'm going to put good stuff out, and I have a lot of faith that good stuff will come back to me as a result. So, but back to this game, the Neos Alias is going to crack in here, kill this Vayu. You know, when the Vayu deck is forced to set all their Vayus, that's when you know their hand is a little weaker. Although sometimes that could just mean they're setting up for a big Dark Iron, but a lot of times you honestly want to keep the Vayu in hand just in case you top deck that Dark Greffer. So it's not looking too good for Arco here. Made a little bit of a mistake here as I'm distracted and narrating to you guys. So Joy Boy won, not Goga, and he is the one that will be going against Speccatoroni. Glad I fixed that mistake there. That could have caused a lot of errors. That's one thing too, you know, I was just talking about this with my friend. You know, there are all these tournaments and they're great, and like I just kind of said, shout out to all the people that are doing that stuff. But I do feel like it's kind of just gotten a little complicated, a little hard to break into. You know, you gotta join all these discords, you gotta use these complicated bot commands, and then you gotta know where to navigate, and you're probably dealing with these people that are gonna rule shark you over being 5 minutes late, you know, not that I'm not trying to enforce any of those things. I think those are reasonable tournament structures that need to be in place, but at the same time, it can be definitely hard for a new player. And you know, everyone wants to start their tournament series now. We got like 6 different tournament series. So even though that's a good thing, like I'm saying, you know, having a lot of different options to play all this Edison, but at the same time, like, you know, tournament can just be a tournament. It doesn't have to be an invitational to some other thing. It doesn't have to be a, you know, oh, this is the first of this series. I'm just out here hosting tournaments. Like, yeah, I'll probably do another one, but this is not Gauntlet Gaming July 1. This is not Gauntlet Gaming whatever, the peak of the the peak of the light bulb, whatever. This is not anything. It's just a tournament. We're vibing out. And I think doing it this way, you know, again, no disrespect to any of the other stuff that's going on, because it just happened the way it's happening. Wow, this guy just gets clocked to death super quick. Vayus didn't do anything. He had the solemn oppression, but this guy was just not committing to any special summons, and the 1900 beaters just get all the way there. So this was a nice game. Well, I guess the game 2 wasn't super nice. I hate when people say like, oh, great game. Well, this guy just kind of just bricked, but Cincy James is going to go ahead and face off against Marcus LOL. I'm going to do what I did before and do a little speculation of the other rounds. But as I was saying, you know, anyone can throw a tournament, man. It's not really that hard. You see what I'm doing right here. I'm marking this thing in challenge by hand. I don't have a fancy bot. Maybe would that make things easier? Sure, maybe I could look into doing that, but it's not a prerequisite, and everyone should know that at any local tournament, any local scene, you could put together an Edison event and you know, market it and have a few people from out of town come, and you guys just have a grand old time playing Edison. And that's really what it's all about. It's not about these invitationals. It's not about online cloud and this like dick measuring contest of I have this many tops, I have this many tops. It's about going and winning the damn PS5 at your local tournament. Then you go home and you play the PS5, and maybe you invite a few people that you met at the tournament. You know, that's what it's really about. And I'm just down to go to any of these smaller tournaments, you know, any of these things that are happening. You know, I didn't fly out to the Nationals. I would have liked to. I think I'll probably go next year. I didn't realize quite how much of an event it was going to be. But, you know, I've been going through some stuff in my own life too, so couldn't exactly make it there. But I just feel like even though those are important tournaments to take note of over the course of the year, you know, it's these other little things, these, you know, in New York nowadays they got 30-person locals like every week. That's crazy. 30 people just pulling up to play Edison. They had to split it into 2 days because it was so lit in that place. You know, how crazy is that? Just to watch in 2 short years, 2.5 years, how far the Edison community has come. And I would encourage anyone to have their little tournaments, their little get-togethers, even if it conflicts with a Peak of the Beak or a Deck Devastators or whatever. You know, those are big tournaments for the people that really like to grind online, but organizing some cool little tournaments, you know, those are kind of where some interesting stuff can happen as well, and you see a lot of diversity of decks. Anyway, that's my little rant, but you guys get what I'm saying. These are some interesting matches already, this little 40-man that we're running here. He was unlucky to be dealing with one player signing trap stones. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to dig too deep into that guy's list. It seems like a scary endeavor. Who else we got here? I promise we'll commit to one in a moment, but so this is for tournament, right? Yeah, Rakoko. Oh, this is this guy. Okay, I played this guy in a tournament the other week when I was using that Blackwing deck that I have on the channel. So I am familiar with Mr. Chaos Hexer. So he is not a bad player by any stretch of the imagination. I believe he was using a different deck when I played him. I think he was using a frog strategy. And that is Mr. Marcus LOL playing against Mr. Big James. And I think I am interested in watching that match. Yeah, he's a friend of mine, but his name is not Marcus. His name is Smurfacat. But I just think this will be a nice match to watch regardless. Again, these are guys that have been around for a long time, playing a lot of different formats. And they are really two very strong Yu-Gi-Oh players, I would argue. Stevie, one of my picks to win this whole thing, is going to fall to Mr. SoFlo. So congrats to him, big win. Indica still waiting on Obito, and then these matches still transpiring. JDZ and Mr. Kerberos, that is something that we're looking at as well. He is playing this silly deck that you may have seen for the people who were very attuned in the War League this week. He played it against a very difficult matchup, a macro deck. Shout out to Nikki Chow from New York. Love you, buddy. He was going hard with the macro monarchs, and Mr. Marcus Smurf account was using this, hero machina strategy. I'm not going to speak too much on it, but you'll see over the course of the game how this plays out. It is quite a strong deck, in all honesty. I had my doubts at first, especially because you're playing this weird quasi-vanilla monster in Submarine Roid. Cyber Dragon is for sure, this is something that I think Marcus could easily let go, because maybe if he has another machine monster, could contact off with this, but he just decides to bottomless, guarantees maybe another send off the Prisma. This deck does play some classic hero beat elements as well. I believe there is some kind of honest for the Prisma, but maybe he was worried about, I don't know, if he scoped too much what Big James was playing, a potential Caius. Obviously we know he's playing a hero beat deck with Gemini Sparks and whatnot, but I think he could have potentially been worried about converting that Cyber Dragon with maybe a tuner even, and being unable to answer it. But really, it's just about being able to stick the Prisma on the turn of the field. Right now, we're looking at a Rhoda, an Honest, which was in hand, a Wind Blast, and another Submarine Roid. He does play two of those items. So here, it seems like Honest is the scariest card in the hand by a good margin. The Submarine Roid really is still not that scary. You want to just be sending that off the Prisma whenever you can. So we are sending them about. So we're stuck on Rhoda, Wind Blast, and Submarine. Or I think that's Phoenix Wind Blast and Hero Blast. I think that's two separate items. So we're going to reveal Aqua Neos and dump this regular Neos, which is going to turn on this Hero Blast. And by the way, you might recognize this deck from the recent Carpath video. He stole this deck from Marcus, and we are going to do a video calling him out on that, because that's not how we operate. We're not out here just milking other people's decks for content. Man, I like you, Carpath. No disrespect to Carpath, but I see you. You just played against some random unranked guy. You took his deck and you marketed it as your own. That's a wild thing to do, buddy. And so we're going to get the inside scoop from Marcus on the on whether this deck was stolen, whether this deck was I come see the end here. Now I have list. Oh, now I have lost. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, good job, RKO. You played a nice game game one. That was a tough game. And yeah, you did kind of just brick game two, so I get it. I hope you enter more tournaments. Sounds like you're European, but hopefully we can make something that will fit to your time schedule. He's just straight cracks into the Snowman Eater. Probably knew it was a Snowman, realistically. There's not much else that Big James was going to set there. And getting rid of that oppression, honestly, quite a big factor. That Stratos was able to use its pop effect. And now this Snowman Eater could potentially be cleared from a Hero Blast or something similar. But he decides to not set any items here. I'm not exactly sure on the procedure there, because it seemed like this is something that wanted to get cleared right away. Or at least, potentially get some good damage in. I might have to refresh my page real quick, because this man is certainly not at 7,901 life points. He's definitely at 7,900 life points. What an odd glitch to have, to be off by exactly one. And I can see in the count that he did take exactly the 100, so don't know what's going on there. I'm going to see a Rhoda being played, probably for his own Stratos, or potentially another alias that could crack over, if this is the Submarine Roid, crack over both these things. But it's just going to be the Stratos. Gives you follow-up with the alias, and also you're getting a guaranteed trade here, and then if you don't have the spark yet, maybe you didn't want to commit that alias, because maybe you could get banished. You don't really know. I think you really want to pair that with your spark when you have it. So I think he's liable to crash here if he's going to do anything. He could just pass, but without being super sure what Mr. Smurf account is playing, I think you would almost certainly attack. Oh, this was a warrior lady. Did I miss something? Oh, that's odd. That's a bit odd, but a good trade for Big James. I don't know if he knew that Smurf account was playing that one copy of Warrior Lady, but if he did, that would be a very nice read there, because it is a little bit unlikely that Submarine Roid would get set in that position. So he was able to trade off with that pretty nicely, and now the Submarine Roid looking pretty weak against the Neos Alias's 1900 attack in the hand. How we feeling? How we feeling in the chat? Sound off. Let me know. Donate, maybe. Maybe donate. You don't really have to donate. I'm not pushing the donations that hard this time. Maybe in the future, maybe if we're doing something different, we can have some donation goals. We can have some little shout outs. We can have some little things that pop up on the stream. Oh, thank you, like in a robotic voice. We can do some stuff like that. But until then, it's just for the goodness of your own heart, or the goodness of your love of the Edison community, that I would expect you to donate. So, which is to say, not at all. We're gonna see that alias that we knew about crack over that Stratos, and now I'm beginning to question, was that really the Hero Blast in hand? I think it was, because he sent that Neos pretty quickly, but perhaps he's saving this Hero Blast for a bigger threat of some sort. I guess with this Neos alias having 2500 attack, it could potentially even be activated on opponent's absolute zero, assuming of course there was no other water monster on the field. But that would be a quite clean trade next to maybe say a compulsory or a deepers, and that's probably the best trade you're going to get on an absolute zero, and you may even get a little plus out of it. But Big James is also set up with his own absolute zero fodder if he does want to activate that Miracle Fusion. Not sure that he entirely has it, but maybe he wants to use this for a Hero Blast or something of the sort. Seems like Marcus is keeping that Submarine Roid that we know about in hand. Not really much reason to commit it, especially when he has a few different avenues of discard fodder that he could utilize that and convert it with. So we're going to trade this Cyber Dragon for another Snowman Eater. Big James on multiple main deck Snowmen. Pretty nice card, to be honest. Let's see. The gear frame comes down, which now you're seeing the other engine of Marcus's deck, really. And that Submarine Roid in hand is looking like a juicy discard target for that Machina Fortress that I assume was searched. I actually did not see what the search target was. Does this get Hero Blasted? That's probably what we'll have to decide here. We're taking another 100. We're just taking increments of 100 damage. That's kind of funny. But again, I believe Big James knows about these traps, whichever it is, a Wind Blast or Hero Blast, or maybe if I'm confused, I don't know. But seems like he's going to want to get that Fortress down and try to crack into that alias. I mean, this seems like a pretty easy bottomless or some kind of answer, and you don't really want to lose that Fortress, but I could see it. I could see it if it works out, obviously being quite strong. Anyone else? So Speccatoroni wins and Kerberos. I wonder what Kerberos means. JDZ, shout out to you, one of the best GOAT commentators for sure. I think this guy took about 15 minutes to start his match. That's crazy. Do some tournament organizer stuff, giving a player a slight warning for being kind of slow, but you know, that's just how it goes. And now it is Marcus's turn again. I believe this alias came down, or the ocean came down, sorry. We got some unique decks in here, in this thing. We're gonna see a Fortress pitched on, I believe this is one of the older back rows, but it happened to be a chained Hero Blast. It seemed pretty bad for Marcus. I was sure he was hoping that wasn't the card he was gonna hit. But this Fortress is gonna come down by pitching the Force. I've already discussed this combo on stream, you know, so. But somehow it cracks over the ocean. Am I seeing this right? We really have no answers in these multiple sets for this one Fortress. I guess it makes sense that one could have been the Dust Tornado, but what even is down here? Because I'm just confused. This guy's still at a wonky amount of life points. I swear to God, I will refresh this. Barcode also won, who's playing a very interesting brew. I believe he did well with a similar thing in one of the RBTs or deck tails. Like I keep saying, I can't keep track of all this stuff. But we're gonna see no attack, you know, not trying to clear this Fortress. The Fortress went through last turn, so you gotta think that these two are probably not battle traps, but this new one certainly could be. And that's what Marcus must be thinking about. Do I want to risk it? Do I have any other options? And it just goes through. The 600 is taken, and now this Fortress seems to be running a board. Like that Dust Tornado got used, so maybe there's something like a Storm, MST set, another Hero Blast perhaps. I'm not really sure what these traps all could be if they're not answering the Fortress. That seems very odd. What do we think? What do we think in the comments? Is this, what are the back rows here? What's going on with the back rows? If you guys are even paying attention, I know you guys are tabbed out right now, but this is your message to tab back in, look at the stream, look at me, maybe donate some money. You know, again, I am really just kidding when I say that. But we're seeing another set here. No way this is the third Snowman Eater, right? No way this guy's on 3 Snowman technology. And I don't believe he is. I believe this is the set. Okay, Ocean, or I think the other card in hand is the Alias then, because that was the card he got back off the Hero Blast, and he's probably just praying to draw a Spark or maybe a Miracle that could potentially convert into a absolute 0. We're seeing a Call of the Hunt in the draw phase. Probably will get this ocean and recur the Neos Alias, or maybe the other ocean if he really wants to. I could see either being a possibility. But if he has another way to deal with his fortress, this could be a quite big swing of advantage that Smurf account may have a hard time dealing with. I mean, because this set could still be a bottomless, even though it wasn't a deep prison or any other kind of mirror force or anything to answer the fortress attacking. It could still be something that could prevent a fortress on a follow-up turn. And now he's going to put 3 monsters on the field. Oh man, this is going to be a quite devastating maneuver. I am just going to refresh this page real quick because this 6407, and was that someone's area code? I'm not feeling it. I'm going to refresh this. We're going to get back in there. Hold on, this is not the right account. We got a lot of accounts here. Don't look at those, man. Don't screen cap that. You don't know what accounts I use. Let's get right back into this. But you know he's going to slap that 0 down. You know he's going to slap that ocean down. And this is going to be at 3,000 attack. So now we got the right life points, finally. 1,500. Is the 1,900 going to chunk in? Do we think there's a Gores in hand? That must be what Big James is thinking about. And he has not been setting any back row from Marcus's side. This certainly seems like a deck low on traps that could be playing that Gores. So does he want to risk it? I'm not sure if there's any information left over from that trap dust shoot from earlier in the game, if he knows anything in the hand. I am not entirely sure, but I think that he decides, oh, okay, so he decides not to attack. That's the thing that, you know, it's a very cautious play, obviously, but you're going to see a lot of strong players do maneuvers like that because sometimes that Gores is just super damaging. Speaking from personal experience, I just had a few games in the last week where I don't know, I would say I'm a pretty risk-averse player in all honesty, but certain times there's just like, you know, if the only thing that I lose to is the Gores, you know, if I am recognizing other parts of the game state such that I think attacking is the right move, I'm usually weighing the risk-reward and I'll just slam the attack anyway, and they do have the Gores and I just get absolutely blown out and demolished. So it's one of those risks you sometimes have to take, I think. I think if you're never swinging into the Gores, if you're always, you know, hedging yourself such a way that you're playing around it, I think that's a dangerous way to play as well because you let your opponent bluff you very easily. But at the same time, you know, if you're going to auto lose to the Gores coming down, that's certainly a time that you've got to consider not attacking. Now, Samu Pastino, again, a strong performer in these other tournaments, seems to have taken the victory over NOC. And he will be paired up against Barcode. I would very much like to see that match as well, especially because we're getting in, now this is the top 8 basically of this 40-person tournament, once again for this box, this lovely box of Battle of Chaos. Don't even know, couldn't tell you what cards are in that set, but probably something powerful. And the Mirror Force was the draw for Big James, but Smurf account is up in life and it seems as though it has a decent amount of follow-up, such that losing the one fortress there won't be too much of an impact. He's going to actually lead off with the Submarine Roid, a cheeky little fellow, and get in for 800 points of damage, which goes right to defense. You know, I think all of the monsters that would wall in a relevant way have already been expended, that being the oceans. But maybe if an Honest wants to attack or something, now it can't. I don't know. We're really fishing there. But this MST is going to come out. We probably knew that was there. Is the last set another Dustinator or anything? Could be that Heavy Storm like I mentioned prior. And it's seeming to me like that could be a pretty good option. Maybe there's a world where it's a Solemn Judgment or a Starlight Road as well. But Miracle, one of the absolute best draws in his deck, is going to come down, and that is going to be able to certainly tackle over this Submarine Roid. And in a low resource situation with you're the guy that has 0 on the board, I mean, that's a great spot. But Smurf account, on the other hand, has only used one of his miracles. He also has this card. Didn't really comment on it when it got dropped to the grave, but it's certainly a card that could easily out this 0 on the field. let alone more of these copies of Hero Blast and etc. Now, Big James, I think, is quite low on monsters left in deck. You gotta imagine that. I think he only has one Neos Alias left, but he chops another Miracle Fusion. That's a big draw, and this is not quite lethal damage, but threatening a lot right here. It's leading me to believe that this is even more likely to be the Starlight Road, because this is a quite big play to go for with Mirror Force and Torrential still potentially remaining in Smurf account's deck. I think Marcus might know that too, pitting this one as the Starlight Road, since so many of those attacks did come through during those Ocean and Machina Fortress turns. Now, can he find an out to the 0? I mean, that's really what he needs. I don't think he can afford to take any more damage there, and like we discussed a moment ago, with just the Alias left in deck and 3 Miracles gone, I mean, if this 0 gets answered, which it is basically guaranteed to now that this Miracle is coming down, it's going to be very, very hard for James just to piece together enough damage to win the game. I mean, he also has 1 Hero Blast left in deck, I would have to imagine, so maybe that can recur the Neos Alias and crack in, but if Smurf account has any amount of defensive cards or some also just pushes of his own, Machina Fortresses and whatnot. Oh, this is another one. This is another one that can deal damage. You know, people think of Honest as just this battle trap, but its body coming into, honestly, really handy here. Because I was just about to say, you know, this guy's out of win cons and all that, and suddenly he's he draws the card that he needs. But this Fortress is going to come down, it attacks, and is this one, this is a Deep Prison that he drew in one of the prior turns, but again, we probably could have predicted that, and I'm almost wondering if the Fortress could have just stuck around and not attacked there, since there really aren't that many ways for Big James to get any damage through, and 0 Deep Prison had been used from Big James' side, I believe. So I think just sticking that Fortress could have been a safe play. Now you're at another tough spot where if this new one is a trap, you could be in kind of a bad spot. But he finds a Gear Frame, which is honestly a fantastic draw for this scenario. That Neos or potentially a Hero Blast from Big James still could threaten lethal with the Honest going over any of Smurf account's monsters that he decides to put on the board. But by the same token, if this Fortress is able to come down, then it could present lethal damage as well. Now there's still Torrential, there's still a Deep Prison left in deck, and also the Hero Blast as mentioned on the Gear Frame. But barring those things, you know, if this is a Dead Spark, for example, of which he has 2 in deck, or the Road, or the Storm, you know, these are all things that this player could have set on the field. And so we're just going to crack in for the 18. There's even a world in which you could get your Fortress in defense main 2 if you wanted to play a very cautious game, but we just decided to go for it, you know. The 1 Alias, but also there's a couple of copies of E-Call almost certainly left in that deck that could find that Alias, so if those come down, then they would still be able to swing over the Gear Frame with the assistance of the Alias. Now, this is almost this is certainly now the Honest. A second Honest from Big James also would be able to clear the Gear Frame and push for lethal damage. So Smurf account has got to realize that he's on a little bit of a clock, and even though he doesn't want to overextend and lose himself the game, it is something that he's got to consider, not giving Big James too many draw steps to find those combinations of cards that he so needs. There's also a Solemn Judgment left in Big James's deck, certainly, so that's also a card that could help force through that final bit of damage, regardless of what Smurf account has set. So now the question is, this is not optional, actually. I was actually thinking about that myself. And this is Honest of his own, my god. My god. I was wondering what this other set card could be, but I guess that was kind of a given if I already thought that he might be playing some amount of Honest. Now, is this older set card, maybe a Spark or something, that could be very difficult for Smurf account to get around, but at the same time, Big James is giving up one of his final aggressive monsters here, so I think the Spark might be able to clinch it here for Big James. And now I think this will be able to do it because the one alias is going to swing over this Honest with the help of the Honest in hand, and then it should just be curtains with this alias, unless perhaps there's a trap that could stop it. I'm not exactly sure. Another Hero Blast perhaps, or the Wind Blast, but I'm not certain. I'm hearing Raikoko was able to remain victorious. Strong pick to win for sure, and he's going to play the winner of this very match. So is this just game here? The swing, and that is game. That is game. So a long, grindy game with both players using a lot of heroes and miracles, and I think the back-to-back draws from Big James of the Miracle Fusion were certainly very strong. But you know, in a long game, that is going to happen. Let's chill. Let's chill out. Let's just vibe. Let's just vibe while they side. And sound off in the chat. What are we feeling? What are we loving? What are we hating? What's our most hated card in the format? Everyone's going to say Brain Control. What's our most hated card besides Brain Control? And Darkheim. No Brain Control, no Darkheim. What's your most hated card? Sound off. I need to get at least one response so I know that someone is listening. Otherwise we'll stop the stream right now. I'll pull this card right over. The Prisma comes down. We're dropping, what are we dropping? It's always kind of a funny thing to see which thing he mills first can maybe give you some information on whether it's Hero Blast or a Miracle Fusion that's more likely to be coming down. I think if you have a Miracle, you're almost always just dropping the water off this Prisma, being the submarine roid target. So Indicud is going to fall to Mr. Obito, and I'm already seeing in our team chat Indicud complaining about some misplay that he made, and sorry to hear that, buddy, but Obito is on the run of a lifetime here, I guess. I don't know. We'll see if he can conquer SoFlo 1, 2, 3. This is a tough side of the bracket. You know, you got a lot of top players here. You know, these guys I'm a little less familiar with. Not to say they're not top players. Joy Boy obviously has some great performances. Diego also has some good performances. Samu certainly has some good performances. But I feel like the guys in the lower half of the bracket are quite prestigious Edison players. Chimeritic Fortress Dragon, that's a good answer. Air Bellum, that's also a good answer. Yo, Air Bellum actually low-key is a good answer, because it's like, sometimes I'll be playing like a blind matchup, you know, I'll be like, I don't know what this guy's playing at all, and I'll do some kind of passive thing, like set a Dust Tornado, right? And they just immediately slam the cat into double Air Bellum, I just get Delinquent Duo'd and clocked for like half my life, turn 2. Like, why is that happening? First of all, why'd you just blow your whole load in that situation, but also like, I'm just supposed to accept that that's something that can happen randomly. It's a rough experience to have. We're seeing an alias come down. I mean, it does seem to be a bit of a problem here that all these 1900 guys are bigger than Smurf accounts 1800 guys. You know, that certainly is seeming like an issue in these games. And he does have the Gores. I didn't even know Gores was in this guy's deck. I forgot it was there. I've seen this guy's list, honestly, a few times and couldn't remember if he was playing the Gores or not. But this was a good, even though hitting the Starlight Road is probably not the ideal hit there. I don't know how many cards he has that truly will trigger it outside maybe an absolute 0. Probably would prefer to hit whatever the real trap was. But either way, the Gore's coming down with its token at a beefy 1900 is certainly not a bad spot to be in. Let's see. So the spark is going to get used, I believe, on the gores, right? Or got used on the back row, sorry, I kind of missed out there. Let's see, so this is 1900 wall is sticking around. Hero Blast is getting used, but is that getting used on the token or the submarine ride? I mean, why on the submarine ride, right? Like, wouldn't the token seem like more of a... Like this is at 1900, I mean, right? I guess because he already knew that he could clear it, but the alias would have been able to get over the submarine run. He could have kept his snowman eater set, so I'm not entirely sure on that sequencing from Big James, but who am I to knock them? You know, these guys are champions fighting for the prestigious top 8 finish in Gauntlet Gaming July edition. Answering a quick ruling question. I'll open it up to the chat just so you guys can know. They're asking about my body as a shield against Machina Fortress when Royal Oppression is activated on the summon of Machina Fortress, and my body cannot be used because Machina Fortress is not on the field yet. Oppression would be trying to negate the summon. This guy is getting a dust shoot off again. I know Marcus. I know he's already upset, thinking, hey, this guy drew dust shoot both games, early game. But I don't think he's that down and out, you know. This board seems able to be cracked over, even though he has not found a way to get this Neos to grave. Ooh, Book of Moon on, I would have to imagine, the Snowman Eater. Yeah, that's a tough one, and that maybe explains why he was a little more comfortable using this snowman attack. Now, I believe this can attack directly. I had to think for a second on my ruling knowledge, but this also is very good for Smurf account, not gonna lie, because he's able to establish his Neos engrave. As I was saying a moment ago, that was a difficult thing, especially if he's stuck on perhaps multiple Hero Blast in hand, as he seems to be. Now the Snowman to the top is going to be a little annoying, because that's going to be able to take out another item, but the Submarine Roid is also potentially able to keep getting in these 800s, and the Snowman may have to be flipped just to prevent that guy from getting in there too many times. And if that Snowman gets flipped, then it's vulnerable to being attacked over. The Book of Moon synergy with the Snowman is a nice little one that you don't see come up very often because I think Book of Moon's getting cut from a lot of these decks, but it is just a nice added piece of utility to the repertoire that already Book of Moon has a great deal of. Now, Joy Boy is able to take it over Speccatoroni. Again, love the name, but Joy Boy takes it home. I believe he is on a Vayu deck, and this is going to get in for 1900. But let's see if Smurf account can do anything here. He finds a Nobleman on this Snowman. Interesting choice to have that in the deck, but I guess those Snowman and other honest 1900 walls were causing him quite a big issue in that first game. But with Big James having a lot of tempo here and potentially being able to slap down a second summon for lethal damage here, he may be pretty... Yeah, okay, well that's going to be the game. He has no responses here, and Big James is just going to take it with his hero beat strategy. No divas or anything, just raw hero beat Snowman combination style. We're going to see Cincy James against Raikoko. I may watch that match, but honestly the hero beat deck a little boring if you ask me, so I might dive back into our other round 3 match, the only one that's still remaining. We're cooking along right here, and that is Kerberos, or how you pronounce it, versus Diego, which I believe his name is Pino. I like Signorino. And he's got kind of a Amaryllis burn strategy going on, I believe, versus a classic Junk Monarch. Let's see. I mean, these dupes seem to be doing a quite nice job of walling out here, but will Signorino be able to find any out? I'm not even sure exactly what this deck plays as options to out the dupe block. I mean, maybe a Mark of the Rose or Hidden Armory for Mark of the Rose could potentially be an option. And this is just going to be a swap, sending the Treeborn and keeping the swap on the field, which is a kind of nice strategy because it gives you some more options for next turn. Now, this Lone Fire probably just going to convert into a Dandelion if you had to guess. Oh, both Dandelions are banished, in fact. And it can't even go into this Amaryllis. So, is there another target? Perhaps a Botanical Lion? Oh, another Titanium. We're playing multiple in this thing. And that is going to out the dupe block quite efficiently, swinging over both. It's going to give him back the dupe in the end phase, but this is going to clear the board quite nicely, and the Frog deck really does have a hard time dealing with Titanium on the field, let alone 2. He could even stack for Plague and make a cheeky Armory Arm here if he really wanted to, but I don't know if there's any need for that. We're vibing, we're chilling. So the dupe goes and then the Treeborn activates. He presumably added back one of the swap frogs, or perhaps the Uni actually, that's more likely. The Uni does target, I believe, so that could get negated by the Titanium. Not that not necessarily is a great trade. Basically like turning their Unifrog into a exiled force or something like that. But this card did seem to be important enough that he didn't want to stack it for the Plague. He gave him back the dupe, even though he does have the same opportunity to do the same thing next turn. Dark Dust is probably the single best card he could have had here, which is pretty hilarious. I guess this is game 3, so it's a little more reasonable that this is a tech pick that you could have against some of these heavy token generating titanial matchups or other decks that might swarm the board. So that's a great tech pick if you're a Frog player and you're worried about this deck specifically, or yeah, like dragons, anything that really swarms the field. Pretty nice card, and can be a reason for those other decks to keep the Starlight Road in. And this just seems all pina from this point on. You know, the Caius takes this out, you're swinging, probably going to be able to bounce this back in the next turn or two. It seems hard for me to imagine Signorino taking this one home. Yep, swap's going to come down. He probably should have done this all, you know, main 1, hit for the extra 1,000, but hey, like, we'll take what we can get. The tree's going to come back. You could probably bounce the tree as well. I mean, there's no other tree engraved, so I'm not exactly sure. Maybe that was something done to play around the soul release, or maybe it already got banished. Oh, it did in fact already get banished. I'm not exactly sure how that one happened. Oh, maybe the Fiend Comedian, I see. I'm not sure how he avoided this one getting banished. Maybe he was able to see that in game 2 and play around it, which would be a very nice play. I'd have to watch that back or ask his opinion on what happened. But this is going to come down for a Mark of the Rose, which, although it certainly doesn't really answer his position here, it is far from the worst card you could have. If it's maybe paired with a defensive trap, then maybe there's something to be done, but he did already use the hidden armory item, so he will not be able to normal summon or set. And he's just going to admit defeat, because even if he takes the Vanity, he's just going to lose the next turn. So that's going to round out our round 3 matches with the Frog player, Diego Pina, going on. And we are at our top 8 duelists now. We'll single them one-nighter. How are we doing for time? You know, you think we got 3 more matches, basically. Can we get this done in the next, I want to say hour and a half. I would love an hour and a half. I don't really want to be here till 11 doing this thing. But let's see. You know, obviously the Joy Boy and Diego is about to start. We could probably watch that. Might catch the tail end of this Obito and SoFlo, because I think they've been going on the longest. And we haven't really checked in with SoFlo, and I want to show him some love, you know. I don't want to seem like I'm a hater against Mr. SoFlo. Never that. Never a hater. Now this Dark Arm comes down, and it seems like he's too low to even use the suppression, so that should walk. Damn, this has nothing to do with anything going on here, but I just read that Mr. Angus Cloud, star of the Euphoria TV show, I think he was the drug dealer on the show, he just passed away. I just saw this on Instagram right now. Never really watched that show, but R.I.P. to him. You know, that's a sad event. He was a young actor. He seemed to have a lot of potential, so that sucks. You know, not to make it a dark stream, but we like to get a little, you know, that's how you know we're really live right now. It's gonna date this in time. But yeah, R.I.P. to Mr. Angus Cloud. This is gonna get hit with a compulsory. I guess that just went straight to battle and decided he wanted to. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but looks like this might be game already. Yep, that's going to be game. And this had been going on for a minute, but let's just do a quick pop around on all these other matches. You know, Raikoko, Big James, what do they got going on? This is a mirror, I believe. Hero Beat. I don't know if Raikoko is on the Divas, but this could be a decider of which build truly is better. I, for one, believe that the Diva build is a bit better in the mirror. Let me sit up. Let me adjust my posture real quick. Now, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. After Heroes back to back, I'm good on that. But we got Pina. They're just starting. I think these guys are buddies or something. I seem to remember them. Maybe they're not on the same team. Maybe I'm capping, but. Pina, rocking the frogs. And the Thestalos is going to crack the Royal Oppression. I believe Joy Boy is playing a Vayu deck, so we've got, I think Vayu, Samu's on Vayu, even though we haven't watched a lot of his matches. We got either a Vayu Mirror or Vayu Frog. We got Blackwing. We got what seems to be a Machina Ancient Gear deck. Some combos going on there. Very aggressive deck. And then Heroes. So, you know, just classic Edison stuff. Couple Vayu, a Blackwing. That was I believe he had an interesting Neo-Spatian deck, or a deck of the Neo-Spatian engine, Barcode referring to. So shout outs to him. He did a nice job here. And this seems like one of those games that frogs just kill you in like 3 turns and you don't stand a chance, because this is already down to 800 life points. That brain control is not doing anything. And the Grepper comes down. I mean, this is the chance at doing anything productive. I was going to say the Gale has to come down here for it to be any amount of real crackback, but the problem here is that a single Econ or other Monarch is really going to be very damaging to your life points. In fact, it will be lethal damage to your life points. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. You know, this is my hourly thank you. I know we've been away for a while. I've been vibing. I've been doing my own thing. But we got the channel up again. You know, we're going to put out some videos. Got a video with Matt K coming soon. State of the Game, Vayu Turbo, you know, Vayu Turbo Edition. We got this tournament, which I'm very happy to, you know, present and host for you guys. Closing out the month of July, as I said I would. And, you know, onward and upward, baby. It's like there's so many avenues to play Edison nowadays. You know, I'm happy to just offer my piece and opinion on how the game works, maybe give some advice to new players. You know, I also, you know, shameless plug, we'll do some other content around that soon, but I do offer some coaching stuff. You know, they're paid, there are rates, but if you want, find me on Discord, DM me. I'll probably set up a Metafy or something soon. But it has been actually a pretty positive experience for everyone that I know who's done it. And they've one of them especially has found pretty immediate success in being able to top and win some events and win some prize money too. So maybe it's just an investment. You gotta think about like an investment. And speaking of investment, you can invest in the stream, you can invest in me, the project of Edison, the project of this channel. There's a donation link, it's on the screen. Maybe I could make it a little smaller, you know, maybe it doesn't need to be that big. I'm just leave it. I'm not gonna futz with stuff too much, but you know, you guys know the vibes. It's just, we're hanging out, we're watching some Edison, we're rooting on our favorite players, our frog players, our Vayu players, our hero players. You know, everyone's got a dog in this fight. Actually, why don't y'all let me know who's gonna take this home, or what deck's gonna take it home. You know, everyone's got a favorite deck. What are we thinking? Hero, Vayu, you know, anything. Like, let me know. Again, this is just to make sure that anyone is still paying attention at all, just so I don't, you know, want to off myself here talking to the void. I think we're cooking, man. I think we're cooking on a Monday night, a post weekend vibe. Let's start a poll. Yeah. Let's see. Vayu. Frogs. What else we got? Hero. Blackwing. What's the other one? What do we say? What do we say is in this? Value Frogs, Hero Blackwing, or the Ancient Gear deck. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even gonna put that one on here. Not because I don't think it will win, but it seemed like he was already kind of down bad in that game. So the poll is there. You know, slap something on there, just so I know you're still breathing. Just so, you know, it's like the Netflix. Like, are you still watching? Like, have you fallen asleep? That's really where I'm at now. Like, are we all asleep? Are we living? Are we dead? Are we just sleepwalking through this life? You know, that's what we got to figure out, and that's why you got to respond to my polls. Let's see. This guy's going through his frog combos. He's doing his thing. Sorry, I just had to clip through the floor there for a second. You know, we're on hour 2 of streaming, just talking directly at a screen, so apologies if I'm a little more out of it than I otherwise would be, but you're sticking with me, you're sticking by me, my associates. What are your thoughts on Reaper and Value? You gotta wait for this video coming out this week to fully get the Reaper and Value thoughts. It's fine, you know. I'd be lying if I said I fully was behind it or fully understood it. People obviously have their successes with it. I'm certainly not mad at it. I've kind of grown in appreciation for it because I do think in those other in the lists that play it, you kind of do want another dark monster slot. But whether I think Reaper is really the best card for the job, I'm a little bit like, I don't know, like. We aren't playing Reaper in any of these other decks. Like, some of the zombie decks are even cutting Reaper. Like, I don't agree with that either, but, you know, like, why in Value? Like, yeah, I get it. It bluffs the Raikou, and I get all the reasons that people say, but I'm a little just, really though? Like, Reaper? I don't know, man. Yeah, you gotta see this video this coming week, because we go over literally every Value tech pick in history. With me and Matt. That's kind of a banger, to be honest. It's kind of podcast style, but now this is weirdly a game where Value, despite seeming a little behind early, I mean, Pina got the dupe block off, but Joy Boy was able to answer it and is now going to town this Reaper. It certainly can be good against frogs. I won't deny that. Can make them forced to burn a fader early or something like that. Just vibing. The one Treeborn is banished. If Joyboy finds a way to banish this second Treeborn frog, then he'll have cut off a lot of resources from Mr. Pina. Sammy plays this, and these guys down in the loser's bracket. Or not loser's bracket, sorry, that's not even accurate. There is no loser's bracket, there's a single limb. A brief ruling question from Mr. Obito. I'm not entirely sure what he means by his question. This Reaper stalling out. Solemn answered the Caius coming down, it seems. But can Joy Boy convert maybe with his own Caius? No. So what is he sitting on? Maybe Siroko's? Maybe the opposite. Maybe Greffers without a lot of discard fodder. The Dark Arm's already gone. Maybe Burial that he doesn't want to commit yet and hasn't been able to get the right banished fodder for. I think if it's any kind of Rhoda or Greffer, even with an inopportune pitch target, he's probably slamming that thing down, so. That was crazy. That was a weird audio. What is going on? That was insane. This like background video that I'm playing just has all these like weird, crazy things in it. What the hell is that? What the hell was that? Just got random sounds in it. That's literally the opposite of what I want. Let me get out of there. I gotta get out of there. Let's see. Is this gonna be? Yeah, it's a little much. Let's do this. This is fine. This is better. It's like hashtag streamer music. All right. Oh, sorry if that messed up the aspect ratio or something for a second. My bad. Where are we? So let me finish this match real quick, and then I think Marcus might chat, which is good because I'm fading clearly. The Mirror Force answers the Caius, but this Gores is still there. Yo, this music is low-key kind of rough. I'm gonna just skip around a little bit. It's just like a little too like vocal for me. Chill, funky, and vlog maybe? This is fine, I guess. I guess this is fine. You gotta let me know what is fine, is or isn't fine. This sounds like ass then. Okay. Treebone comes back. This is only game 2, right? Yeah, okay. Dark Dust comes down again, doing a lot of work for him this tournament, but is it going to get made by pulling the rug? Solemn Judgment has already been used, I believe, so the rug would be really the biggest option. Unless, of course, you know, Bottomless Trapple, but... He just has to let that go. I mean, is there a Battle Trap, perhaps? This is going to bring back the Gardna, and that Gardna is going to just leave right away again. But that Dark Dust Spirit, quite annoying, because unless you have a way to turn off this Treeborn, it's just going to be able to come back down again and wipe your whole board. So you have to start setting stuff, maybe stuff that you would really rather not set. And at the same time, you know, any turn that goes by is another turn they can draw a Riser or Caius and go to town. So he's going to target the swap and think if he wants to use priority. You know, he has a line to victory here if he makes the Brionax. That's probably what he's thinking, you know. If Joy Boy has maybe a Torrential, it's better for him to use priority and keep the card, but... This could be game right here. No priority on this. I think that makes sense to me too, because either way you're losing out to Bottomless. And this should just be game. I mean, I'm not seeing any other line here that Joy Boy could have, and that's just game. So despite, you know, Joy Boy having a pretty solid lock on that game, it seemed, you know, Pina was able to ride out that advantage and grind his way back in with a lot of traps. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 traps. What the hell is that? Trap frogs. We've been joking about trap frogs for a while now, but trap frogs. All right. Let me get Marcus in here. Let me tag my boy in. So SoFlo lost to Obito, so update this real quick. Oh, I keep doing this. So winner Obito and winner Joy Boy. No, sorry, winner Diego. Oh my god, that's what I'm saying. I did it twice in a row. Let me give my guy a call. Hello. You're in. They can hear you. You're up. This is Marcus LOL. You know, somewhat respected duelist, kind of a, you know, medium respected guy, I would say.
You may know me at the
West. Hold on. I think your volume is good. Let me adjust this real quick. Who do you want to watch? I think this Samu guy is about to play.
I honestly don't even know who's left.
I'll let me adjust the thing first, and then I will give you the full rundown of who is who. So I turn this up a little bit, and then turn the other thing down a little bit, and that should have us.
I don't even want to know who's left after I lost.
That's fair.
Just
You're
queuing
down
up,
bad.
down ferociously.
Down ferocious is great.
Yeah. Did you watch my match?
I did watch it. I streamed it, in fact. I commentated it. I said
I got outdrawn crazy.
when he drew the two miracles back to back. I said,
The
I bet he's mad.
back-to-back miracles were like fine.
Yeah, I know.
'Cause I had infinite draws. Like I had like 3 of my own miracles plus like
Yeah.
L10 and force. But I drew Gores at 1,000. I drew Storm when he had like the obvious road.
Yeah, yeah. The road was there from. Well, let me make sure. Hold, one sec. Yeah, I think your volume's fine. Okay.
Yeah, it's great.
So we are watching Samu Pastino, who actually, when I did one of these tournaments a while ago, he won.
Okay.
His volume is super low. I can turn you up. I just don't want the. I think every time I turn you up, the music also gets louder. So I don't want that particularly.
Where's your music? You can turn me up in Discord.
I know I can turn you up. I just don't want to have to navigate to it. But.
Got it.
Um,
I could turn myself up.
I think you're fine. I think this is probably fine.
Okay.
But it's also hard for me, like I can't tell sitting here. I have to like check it on my phone.
Right.
Okay, but this guy, yeah, I don't know. He's just like a normal value guy. Like does normal plays pretty well overall. I'm a fan.
Just a regular guy.
Dude, he kind of is just regular. I think he's from Eastern Europe. You know, he just comes in. He does his job.
Yeah. While his opponent's out here playing scapegoat. Did you tell him it was? Did you tell him it was?
I think he
Edison
thinks. Yeah,
and
I think he
not
thinks
Engelland?
it's 2005, maybe.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Just making sure.
Yeah, maybe he is confused.
This isn't goat. This isn't goat format.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Metamorphosis this like a Dark Fire, you know.
I'm thinking more Mobius here, to be honest.
Mobius could come down, yeah, that'd be nice.
Only pop one, you know.
Oh yeah. So we're playing like a form. What do they call it?
Cross
Like,
format.
cross-bandless guy.
Yeah.
We're playing cross-bandless. Hey, actually, you know, now that I have you as a sounding board, people say I actually got getting into a pretty big argument with this, like Edison versus Go decks, like in a cross format style. Who's winning?
Oh, Edison.
That's what I said. I was like easy Edison, right? But
Yeah.
everyone's like no, but like duo and pot, and I'm like, bro, what? You have like fucking.
Those don't matter. Like those cards are, like, pot is
Bro,
okay.
Deep Sea Diva.
I mean, Deep Prison.
Deep Prison's also good.
Deep Prison just Snowman Eater breaks goat format.
That's true.
What?
I don't know, but then they got into like a weird thing of like, oh, but like what if it was like if you could build the deck? I don't know. It just like, you know, they triple dash. It's stupid. Stupid argument. Edison wins. I'm glad you agree.
Yeah, I don't even think it's close.
It's not close. It's not close. The fact that people were saying was
Caius.
I
Caius.
know.
The longer this game will go, I'll find you infinite cards that'll just auto win against goat.
I mean, white cards. Any
White cards? Yeah.
Any white card.
Vayu.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. They were like, but you have 3 dust shoot and like Trinity pieces, and I'm like, what? But the decks are just better. Like the cards are just better. Like.
Dashu's only good in goat because all the goat decks suck.
Yeah, it's just yeah. It's just normal Summerland, right? So you have to like.
Yeah, exactly. Like against any other format or like any other deck, like unless you're being like able to like tempo super fast after a dust shoot, it's like super mid.
This guy, Battle Fader. He thought he was gonna hit it.
Hold on.
He's gonna hit for a bunch of damage, and he had Battle Fader. What a surprise, you know.
Well, you know what Battle Fader does, right?
Fades the bow.
Okay, well he's not battle fading and then setting a monster, right?
Didn't want to take the 47.
Okay.
Didn't want to give him time to find the oppression. Or maybe he wanted
Yeah.
to test the oppression so that he could
Just set the monster.
do something else, yeah.
Yeah.
Convert it
Okay.
in a different way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, this is just calling it here. I'm calling raps right here.
For who?
What do you mean, this bottom guy? Over.
I think he also
Yeah.
did well in one of my. They might have even played in the finals. I could be making this up, but I feel like they both did well in one of the other tournaments I hosted, which was like 6 months ago. So.
Everything this guy said is like a roar. Do we know he's on?
I don't think we actually saw Roar as of, but that was like post board value last game. He might main deck the
Yeah.
Roar. I don't know if you saw. It was like right before you hopped on, but I looked at his grave at the end of the last game. He had 6 traps in grave. He had like double Regeki Rake, Mirror Force Torrential, Bottomless, 2 Dust Tornado or something, or 1 Dust Tornado. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I guess like post board, those all make sense, but
Yeah,
still, it
hold
was
on.
like
We have a Gorse coming
we're
down.
popping off. No, he's in a main one, but
Oh, wait, what?
still worse somehow. So he just wait, but he's in M1. He didn't bring back Tree1. What was that about? Oh no, he's in M1. Samu's in
Other
M1.
guy. Other
Oh,
guy.
okay, we're in M1.
Yeah.
Okay. But wait, he did that.
He didn't. Yeah. He didn't.
Okay, so now that is
He wanted to.
confusing. I think you're just trying to scare him, or maybe like he knows he's gonna. Well, I don't know, but this attack isn't lethal on board, so it's like I thought maybe he was just MSDing for like information or something, but he's
Maybe
not.
he just well, he's just assuming the guy's gonna make Stardust, and he wanted to hit.
I guess so.
it
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's actually what is occurring. So this is hour 2.5. So. Yeah.
Now he's just testing. He makes Dark End now.
Seems like he probably will make Dark End.
No, he has Tree1. Wait.
Eh. Yeah, I mean, I
Well,
guess
you're
if
not-
you lose your Solemn too, then maybe you want more protection for your
Yeah.
But it's not
You
oppression.
see, he's just a regular guy.
That's what I'm saying. Regular guy
Maybe that's
making
what I-
regular plays.
Not thinking too hard, but thinking just enough.
Thinking just enough. That's kind of key in this game. If you think too hard, you
Yeah.
find yourself in a world of
Yeah.
despair.
Exactly. And Bayu. Okay.
You know, he did blow out like 2 other guys. Pause
Which one?
with Dark Dust Spirit.
Oh.
That did happen in 2 other games that I watched.
Okay. Well,
So
wait.
could be, maybe could be. Not doing any fancy chains.
Loves the Toad. Toad here is good.
Maybe he was trying to bait him to chain. Oh yeah.
Oh.
I got it. That's quite good. I mean, he still has a value advantage in grave, right? He still has a.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But he wishes he kept that Battle Fader now.
yeah. This bottomless should be in graveyard, but it's not gonna matter, so I'm not gonna.
Unless.
Yeah. The Mask of Darkness. Let's see, are these
Last
guys-
card, last card swap. Know that.
Oh, do we? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, does he have a return or burial or something? That would go very hard here.
Dark Arm, Close Live.
Dark Rim is live, yeah.
Yeah.
So you could just slam it all.
Oh, okay. Well,
That is just game.
or
Return.
that's
Return
actually
doing
super
return
BM.
things.
Super BM.
What is BM? What part of it is BM?
Or rolling the return.
I mean, he's just doing math.
Was he?
Is this game? I don't think this is 86.
Gotta be. There's a play engraved.
Oh, maybe now. Oh, no, he can double pump and then it'll be game. Yeah. Yeah. He can double pump with Sirocco so it gets all the boosts.
Oh, it gets it all.
It gets it all.
Okay, well, that was a good game.
That was a
Yeah,
fantastic game.
glad I logged in for that one. That one's excellent.
I need West. I need West to commentate. Find
Alright,
West.
West 1999.
I need West. So we've got this match, which is the semifinals basically, and then Obito 95 on Blackwing will face
It's your boy, right?
Um, I like him. I don't know if he's really my boy, but I'm a fan. And
Okay,
then
we'll go and say he's your boy. Sure,
I
yeah.
wouldn't go so far as to say he's my boy. He's yeah.
Any bongos left?
No, fuck no.
Oh,
We got
Brass.
destroyed.
Brass.
Yeah, Raikoko 7 and Cincy James are well, the guy you lost to, but that's Big James and Raikoko 7 is the other match. So the winner of that plays Obito, and that'll be the other semifinals match.
Got it.
And they were in a hero mirror, so I imagine that was probably taking a while.
Oh yeah,
I guess.
very skippable.
I'm not sure if Raikoko was on Diva or not. But
I think he was. I think it was Diva versus No Man.
I could check.
No Man Goo.
Actually, I don't think there was Diva in Raikoko.
You have
Deep.
the ability to pull it up.
I do. Well, I don't have it. I'm not going to pull it up on the stream because he's still in, but I have the ability to pull it up for myself.
Exactly. Okay, no Treeborn turn 1.
Nice,
Not-
nice, nice.
not
Maybe,
looking
maybe
good.
it's just Regeki rigged discard Reborn now. End phase. Okay, guess not.
Still could be. Hold on. Oh, okay. Definitely not.
Still could be.
Don't like this. Hate this. But turns out great. Holy shit. That
mean-
best case scenario?
I mean, he won game one, so you know he has some room to play around. That's probably what he's thinking.
That's second?
What?
That's second Raikou I meant?
Oh, yes, could be,
Yeah.
could very well be. Must be a hamster, maybe the Reaper. People often play,
God, don't get me started on Reaper.
but this guy is playing the return stuff. So usually they don't play Reaper; they're playing the return stuff.
Checks out. Okay, find it.
Seeing a Swamp Frog.
Found it.
I'm guessing the Caius might get returned the hand.
Okay.
Ma-
Seems like a good play here.
Might also be worried about something like a Dyna or Vanity Spin coming down though, so maybe you have to like attack first or do something that makes you not lose to those things.
Hmm.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I mean, good call. Attack straight through, but now the Caius could get popped. As a
Oh. Yeah. Okay. This guy knows.
not bad at all for Pina though.
This guy knows.
Mills Brain
Right.
Con, but also Mills Neck Regardless, so it gives and it takes. Big think.
What do we think this set is? Do we think he just randomly set like a econ or something turn 0?
Nah, it's got to be like a mirror or like torrential or something. You know, like he had, like I said, he had all those traps. But
Yeah.
I don't think he would set bottomless, you know, because it's just too likely to lock
Yeah.
himself. But I feel like maybe one of those mirror force or torrential. Which I guess makes sense why he has so many, because there are so many Vander's Fiends and Dynas and whatnot.
Yeah, he's fully locked himself. He doesn't even summon swap.
That is
Must
interesting.
swap it up.
I mean,
Swap it off or something?
no, he
Oh.
bounced it back, but maybe, like, yeah, he could start dumping stuff. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to dump the Treeborn just in case of a soul release or something. Sometimes people do that, but that seems like an odd.
Surely you want to start dumping some at least.
Yeah, you want to start doing something, I would think, yeah.
At least substitute or something. Reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have Substart already, maybe he wants to draw it, so he wouldn't dump it, but I still feel like just dump another swap or something, you know, just dump anything.
Like that, the dupe block just gets so much worse as the game progresses again.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. Oh. Thought he saw one new card.
The trick, the classic trick of Allure. So, Cincy, James, damn, are they still playing, or like, am I missing something here?
Oof.
Big James and Raikkoku 7. Oh, I guess it's really not been that long. It's been like 40 minutes, so.
His match 1 was really long as well. They're still playing game 3.
I see. So, Gale was the banish off the Allure. Ooh, and this was a set Greffer. A nice tactic, if I do say so myself. And if the item gets pitched here, then he will have 3 darks. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying. But I don't know if you are reading those torrential bottomless type cards, if you just want to slam it down.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just start slow rolling here.
I would think so, but this is where a lot of people mess up, I would say.
Yeah.
Because it's like 6, also, like, there's got to be, even if maybe they side out a fader, but it's like, I wouldn't put them on 0 Trag or Gore, you know, it's like, there's got to be something, so.
I mean, more so just, like, no need to activate his trap card.
That is also true.
Right, like, take advantage while you can.
Yeah, if you're getting free turns to develop your guys, yeah. But he does just go in, and we'll see. I think at least one of these trap cards is going to get used. Start a battle, probably the new one. Just just starting to go.
He did set Roar turn 0.
That is a very odd thing to do, I would say.
Yeah.
I guess he really just didn't have anything going on, and he was like, all right, well.
Yeah, but I mean, is there even a point setting it?
In case you really think they're about to OTK you.
Yeah.
Ooh, we could have done it on the value effect or something. This seems like it's going to be very strong here. He had the Treeborn in hand, so it kind of makes sense, but only 2. So what are we looking at here? I mean, this could be one of those hands where if he just starts dropping Monarchs, there will still be a problem, but I would love to know the hand.
Okay. Yeah, write it out.
Truly, oh, that's a good one too. And
Draw Sirocco.
An over 1500 monster that can get over the Greffer, or get over pretty much anything else. Now we're gonna draw phase.
Yeah, already.
Just double checking the Sirocco. Gonna use this MST.
Mind Crush. That's
Yeah.
a good hit.
Very good hit.
That's an excellent hit.
Probably thought he was feeling pretty safe until he saw there was the MST as well.
Yeah.
And now some Monarch, or just even
Sanity.
Sirocco, not so bad. Whoa.
Wait,
What is happening here?
what's going on?
What is going on?
Lad?
There's a Necroguardian Grave.
Oh, okay,
So
well, I mean,
maybe
I
that's
don't even...
why. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sure.
Don't hate this. Yeah, I don't hate it.
For who?
The lion.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I mean, he had the Necrogunda, so if he had just like summoned the Sirocco, he
Yeah.
would have the block. But I mean, getting
Maybe
all this stuff
Kai.
out of the deck is also pretty good.
Yeah. Does he play?
Those
He
are
doesn't play the other random one.
the Unifrog. I thought
Yeah,
maybe
it's
he
little-
did have it in one of the games. Maybe that was someone else.
Maybe we just didn't want to bring it out yet.
Yeah, I mean, if he's
So-
keeping sub here, yeah. Then... Ooh, okay, so perhaps slow roll as God intended.
Yeah.
And now he has perfect knowledge, so assuming that's not like another econ. Like, I mean, I don't even know what the other, another Sirocco or something. I don't know.
Well, he knows what the last is anyway. Whatever it is.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he knows what it is, but I'm just wondering. I mean, you can pop the dupes and kill the sub and still have your Necrogarno, or just honestly, you could just banish everything and just attack. That's also fine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably just going all in here.
Yeah, not much.
I don't think the Garden is really gonna do the
Yeah,
game.
I don't think the Garden
The
is really
Garden
gonna
is-
help that much.
The Garden is gonna be relevant because he's Caius, your Dark Arms, or like
Right.
revises it or something.
Yeah.
Maybe he Majesty.
Hmm.
Wait, that card is not out, right?
Not out. For sure not out.
Okay.
So he does have the Unifrog, searches it. But also now he won't draw it off the and lose it to the DDV. I mean, kind of if his other cards in hand are anything relevant, like another Rug or Armageddon, you know, I don't know. If it's like anything, I feel like he's in a great spot. I don't really
He
know.
does he has one Armed Wing and Gardner. Maybe you keep the Armed Wing.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like what he's deciding on right now.
Keep Armed. Okay, so yeah. Arma's gonna dump.
Yeah, I mean, you just can hit with everything pretty easy.
Yeah. Unless he has one of the pieces, and then that's even better.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can just pitch any random thing off a Grepher, that's also nice.
Yeah.
But it's just Arma. Okay. Okay.
Oh, dark.
Or a really, really good dark. No, I don't know what it could be. So,
Aw?
yeah, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're banished here.
You banish for the Armor Master. Pop a dupe.
Imagine he had that econ.
Yeah.
Really not vibing with this Sirocco that he sided in.
People
I'm
love to do
vibing
that in like every deck, and it's just always like, I don't know. I've done it in a few decks, but
Is there a reason? I thought it was only decent to like play around Icarus.
I mean, yeah, it's for all those reasons, right? But like, plays on the DDV in this one, but I feel like, first of all, it's very narrow, right? And all the people who are like, oh, but it's still good against hero. It's come on, it's like not very good against hero. But it's like I don't know. It just, yeah, it's narrow, and then like, at least I feel like for Monarchs, like, I guess it doesn't get rugged, right? Like,
Oh come on.
I mean, I'm giving him. Oh, so he doesn't even vanish. I guess it keeps the stuff for Darkharm, but still, like.
I think you want to put him on the clock here.
Yeah, because if you're
wow,
making the
value.
Armor Master, then he can't even, like, Caius one.
Unless, I guess it depends what he knows the last card.
Yeah,
is.
exactly. It does depend. I'm not sure what that is. So.
Maybe it. Well, he banished the thing. Doesn't say maybe he knows like a second econ here.
I mean, if it is second econ, like dropping the Darkharm seems kind of crazy. So. Or like, I don't know, not like that, but like.
What do I know?
We'll probably find out. This has been kind of a long turn. He kind of needs to pick up the pace a little bit.
Game Shark coming in.
Oh, so it's econ. It is econ. Thank you. Maybe you heard us. You told us. So does that make sense why he wouldn't make the armor master then? And he has two. He didn't
He has
pop
one
itself.
dark.
He didn't pop itself.
Other, oh
Is
no,
it-
he has
this,
two darks.
This doesn't seem right.
Other guy has two
Pop itself
darks.
doesn't seem right. No.
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, because it feels like this is gonna be super strong, right?
Unless the set's a rug. If the set's rug, then it's fine.
But you can't even apply that much pressure.
Who?
Sim.
I mean, if it says a rug, then it's fine. He puts enough pressure on.
Well, I mean,
It
he was
forces
gonna attack for
forces
14. He banished the
Wait, no.
bottom, or he banished the arm ring. I mean,
Oh wait, what?
he popped. He popped dark armor.
Oh, ew.
I know. I don't like it.
Okay, I
Oh,
don't
but
know if I like that.
this seems bad too, right? Like, I'm pretty. To be completely honest, I think his set might be returned. I think that's probably the only reason that I would
was gonna,
give
I
up
was
the
gonna
dark
say-
arm there. You know.
I was gonna say sets either return or burial, but it wouldn't make sense for it to be burial because it just would avoid it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I mean, and if it's returned, he just auto wins, right? Like, I mean, maybe he can decide if he wants to set the econ, and maybe that can stall. But you get
mean,
back this set of cards, and
This guy should have been able to read the set and just raise it.
yeah,
That's the only
exactly.
way.
Oh no, he has this thing. Oh, right.
He followed
Right.
Leapfrog, yep.
Wait, but he said double swap. Maybe he didn't remember that he got this because he did search it off the dupe. He tricked us because I knew he searched it off the dupe. Then he said double swap and oh, it was Mirror Force. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
I don't think I like to play then. Not return.
Yeah, because you could make him use the econ, and even though you take some damage, like I don't know, it just burns the econ rather than and keeps your stuff engraved. That Rise is looking kind of beefy though.
Yeah, Rise of gun problem.
Well, now it's like you better have return because like I don't know how you're getting out of this one.
Or Dinah.
Dinah would also be good.
Yeah.
I mean, even Fiend, right?
Yeah. Especially.
That is only okay. I mean, if it's Rug... Oh, that's a very good draw.
This guy hit 3 insane draws.
That's a very good draw. I mean, that's just game, right?
Surely.
I mean, it is because you can
Yeah, it is
special
return.
this one.
Maybe he held the return last turn.
I was thinking that, I was
Why not?
literally just thinking that, but I was like, what? Like, I would just have both, right? Even if you knew you got the
Yeah.
Rug. I mean, this is game. Alright, I wasn't sure if he had a... Oh, he has Econ as the last goal. Okay, so it's not instant game, but he probably can win. No, DDV's over, so we don't see it, but... Yeah, crazy.
Oh.
Get
that was-
DDV'd, but
yeah.
wasn't that strong, and then kind
Wow.
of burned all his cards.
Yeah, I'm not sure I liked his line.
No, I think I don't like his line. The popping your own dark eye. There just surely was a different thing to do there.
So he couldn't have Caius, right? So he just would have Caius the Dark Armor instead of Armoring and then Reinforce to pop itself. So he had to have
Well,
drawn
he
the
normal
Caius
summoned the
return.
Arma, but yeah.
But instead of that, so he would have
Yeah.
had to add return, not set the return.
I know. I think that is the case
No.
as well. So he was like really trying hard to set it up, but he knew the hand, so it's like, well, then are you?
Yeah.
trying
Yeah,
to
you
dodge
put him
the
on the
storm draw. Like I don't know. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, you put him on the storm dog, which
That's
you're fine
fine.
with.
That's
You,
fine.
you still probably
Yeah, no, it was out of a lot too. It was like 18, 19.
But if you draw storm for turn, then you probably still kill him anyways, because you know the rest of his hand he's not drawing a monarch,
Yeah, true. Yep,
right?
I
Because
agree.
you still have the armor follow up for next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, also like if you were gonna do all that, like you could have just. I mean, this is a small thing, but it's like you could have just sent something. He sent the value off the Arma, when like you could have just
Right.
sent like any better dark to get off return. You know, like a.
Yep. Arma.
Yeah, literally.
The
Yeah.
Arma.
Arma for Arma.
Oh well, I mean, I guess it would miss timing if you stormed, but you could preemptively do it and just storm.
Well, just on your turn if you ever, and it gives you more follow up or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's if you ever got the return off, you were just winning, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit of a weird one. I feel like pop your own dark arm seems a kind of classic throw, but you know,
We've all been there.
we've all been there. We've all
we-
just
we- oh no, I
destroyed
didn't
all
mean
our own
throw.
cards.
I didn't mean that. I meant we've all popped our own dark armor for a reason, right?
I guess so. I think I probably have before. I think I definitely have. But it's always like you're looking at it, it's like, bro, this is like my best card. Am I really just gonna do this? It always seems like this can't be right.
Okay, dash shoot, very good.
Okay, we like to draw dash shoot. Can you check are James and Rego still going? I'll keep you
Oh
updated.
god, I
on
hate
this.
that. Yeah, I hate this play. I hate chaining MSC.
I know. It's do they? I mean, this is like a matchup where you would side him high crush. So.
Yeah, they're still playing these guys.
Oh. Are they losing game 3?
Yeah, they're in game
Okay.
3.
All right.
Okay, well, I mean, no one sided in DD Crow against the mirror. That seems bad.
Just Hero Blast.
That sounds bad.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. An ocean effect, maybe.
What bad cards could he possibly have in the mirror in his main deck that Crow is better than? I can't think of one.
He's maining Bookamo. Is Crow
he?
in Bookamo? James was.
I don't think he is. Maybe Starlight Road? Maybe.
I probably like Starlight Road better than Bookamo, to be honest. Or better than Crow, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the game at hand.
Which game at hand? I'm watching this Hero mirror.
No, come back to this one.
Oh, James just got a gorge dropped against him.
Oh, Jesus. Well, this guy, so he MST'd, and then I didn't even see actually what he sent back, but then he got another Grepper Resolution, summoned Armed Wing, and now he has a Stack Grave, he has Necrobio Engrave. He's going to push with these guys, he's probably going to set a Raikou main 2, he's going to set the DDB, he's going to have everything, and he just wins. That's my read on the situation. And he knows this set is probably like a Dust Tornado or some stupid thing. And yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. Maybe a Roar, I don't know. This guy drew a card, sets it. Okay.
What's going on here?
I gave you the whole rundown. He activated his thing, and now he has a good grave, and the MST hit the Mirror Force that was set behind the Grepper. Now he knows his old hand, except this whatever card was drawn, but it's probably just like a Duprog or a Treeborn. I think his set must have been Roar, because I don't really know what else he would. Can Econ trip face downs? Yes, it can. That's a crazy thing to ask. Just look it up.
Ammo.
Also, just look it up.
Ammo. Come on.
I don't know if that's the Edison one. I mean,
Oh god.
God damn it. That's crazy. Yeah, the Edison text you can only attribute face ups. No, I'm just official ruling.
The amount of times this face up in that card text could actually be confusing if you're only skimming and like, you're only skimming a couple
Yeah.
lines and you see face up a bunch of times.
I think English is his first language. You know, it's like, you know, face up. Which parts? What's the participle? You know, what's the subject? What's the? Okay, so roar gets activated. I guess you could switch that to defense, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, we found a substitute. Does this do enough or anything at all? Lag. So it gets tribbed.
He knows as an econ, right? A shoot.
So I guess that's probably the old set or something. I mean, he knew from.
Yeah, surely it is.
But even that's a little weird, right? Like it's kind of like setting the roar in the first match or first game. But whatever. I mean, just put the pause on him.
Oh god. It is a wrap.
Can we kill through one econ?
Econ. Answer should be yes. All the time.
I would think the answer is yes, but.
What opens up game here? Caius opens up game. Dark Armed opens up game.
Does I mean, he chains econ takes the Caius.
Wouldn't he just be able to? He would just be able to dump thing instead, leg and then kill.
Yeah, I mean that's what I thought he might do, but he didn't.
Yeah, what I meant to say was like, so he obviously doesn't have Caius because he did this line.
I mean, look at his manage. Does he ever? I mean, I guess another, like a burial if he can get.
Yeah.
Like if he can get a third 2300 on the field. Return also will kill him. And crash and flip return.
What kills?
And crash flip return seems like the thing. Oh,
No.
okay, never mind. Now, Caius, I guess. I mean, it's still a game, even though it would have been a weird way to do it. But
Yeah.
you crash just to
Thinking
get
about it.
1700? Like, that's crazy. Well, all
Maybe
right.
he knows his brain con or something.
I don't know what he knows he has. Yeah, I mean, he knows he has some. He knows every card except the new drop return, I believe.
Okay.
That dark dust, though. Or that fake dark dust. Oh, he has dark arms. Oh, he's gonna Regeki break the Greffer?
Ooh, that'd be nice.
That would be nice.
Oh, nice play.
We're cooking. Tricked. Doesn't matter. He could just do one value, right? Or yeah, he can just do one value and then drop dead. So
Yeah.
frogs fall against value, drawing dark armed and doing their thing, and dust shoot, and all the other good stuff.
It was Caius. Wonder if he had a rug.
Curious if he had a way to kill through econ.
Oh, of course he did.
Yeah, if he had the dark armed, right? He must have been. 'Cause he could have like dumped for plague and then dropped dark arm, and then if he econs the dark arm, then he can make Briganak or something, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But you know, hey, it's been a long night. It's late for him. He's in Eastern Europe. Same with Pistino in the finals. All right. So what's going on here? Have they just been slow playing the hell out of each other? Like what's happening?
He had Dark Arm Burial the turn prior as well. Like he just had must
He had burial. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he just needed burial. That also would have done it. No. Yeah, he had many ways to.
He also had return. He had Dad Burial Return.
Jesus Christ. So where are we now? This is like not even. Well, oh, he's at 900, so maybe it is close to being done.
You know what's funny is if this guy went instead of Dark Dusk, Caius hits the return. Swings over Greffer.
Yeah. Well, but he still had the garden at that point. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, sure, but
I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
he wouldn't have put in.
And then so he
He
would
still
guard
had
now.
to do the break. He would have had to still do the break play, I guess. Yeah, I think he wasn't making it out of that one alive.
I don't know. He would keep the rig. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. What do I know? Are you guys still playing?
These guys are still playing. Two of the best, you know?
Huh?
I said two of the best.
Your mic's breaking up. I think I can't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, Cyber Dragon on Cyber Dragon action.
Okay, we'll take a +1 here.
He had the dark one, which I like more. Hold on. I don't know if I fully understand the sequence there.
Wait.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think I'm losing some mental faculties or something. It's been you know, he's in Eastern Europe too, you know, it's they're all in Eastern Europe.
Oh, Big James isn't.
I'm giving him, he's on vacation, bro.
Hey, is there any reason trying to play around BrainCon?
I don't know what he's trying to play around.
BrainCon Caius he's playing around? Okay. Oh, I see it. I see the line.
Yeah, that was a confusing one, no doubt. I mean, maybe it's just like BM, you know, it's just like, yeah, take my card, you know?
I don't know. That just doesn't seem right. And
I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't seem correct to me either. Maybe this is why this game is taking so long, because they keep doing shit like that.
I trust there was a reason.
I would like to believe there was a reason.
There's 2 miracles left, and like I feel like I'm probably fine trading a fortress with my snowman and not flipping my oppression up.
I mean, that seems like a reason to not oppression, but he did oppression, so it's like, is this also not snowman? Is that also the situation that we find ourselves in? Because now this
Yeah, so
ocean's
what could it be that it's not snowman and you're not swinging?
honest. Another crow? I don't know. I didn't see when it got set. He has one snowman engraved and one banished. So
Honest?
yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I think he only plays 2. So yeah, honest, I guess. Okay, fair. He's out of ocean. He's out of alias.
James, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but he still has like 1 or 2 hero blasts left.
Yes. 2 hero blasts, probably 2. This.
He only played 2 hero blasts.
Yeah, most people only play 2.
Oh. Doesn't add back Stratos.
But all his aliases are gone too. That was the third. He has 1 banished and had 2 engraved. That was. But he doesn't care about popping, so I guess. But he probably has a spark or something.
Yeah.
Or just wants the. Maybe he's gonna like honest over this or something. Still though, yeah, if you are reading honest, like it seems pretty safe just to loop the Stratos and get there eventually. But I don't know.
Especially because Torrent's gone. Like I feel like I'm super comfortable
I
to play.
didn't check, yeah.
Yeah.
Road call. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, if he does have the spark, it's more defense and stuff. Switches, no attack. I mean, he's reading honest, obviously, but I guess.
I feel like I'm still swaying.
I mean, I just don't even know. Like, is this better than getting Stratos? You know, like, even if I have the spark, it's just like.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Because what is? I mean, I guess we're at 9, so you can pay once.
Yeah.
I guess if you get the Stratos and he has some way to access another light monster, then the Stratos is going to be an attack. But then it's like, are all 4 of these fake? Like, I don't really know.
Maybe he's putting him on kinetic soldier. Is that a thing?
Ooh. I mean, it is a thing that people side, honestly, but I don't know if it's been shown here or if it's likely at all. That'd be crazy if he was playing around Kinetic Soldier and he had Kinetic Soldier. If he's playing around Kinetic Soldier and he doesn't have Kinetic Soldier, then he just looks stupid. But, you know.
The second he has it, he looks like a genius. Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Oh, he did see a Kinetic Soldier in game 2. That is what someone in the chat is saying.
Oh.
Bro, because I have chatters. I'm a turtle posting and telling me this kind of information that is so crucial.
Yeah, I'm just using my immense knowledge to come up with these reads.
You're getting it. Yeah, you're just, exactly. I'm just getting it for free.
Yeah.
That's good.
Now you start hopping.
Well, I mean, now he gets a 2.
Oh, it does target? Okay.
Ocean does target.
Ocean. I thought it didn't target.
No, you know what? This is actually it's funny because this came up in a World League game with Red Coco specifically. Like, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. I think he, like, targeted, and then the guy crowed it, and then he, like, bounced the Ocean back because he thought he didn't target. Like, he thought he had to bounce his own Ocean or something. Or, like, I don't know exactly the situation, but he thought it didn't target, and
You could have sworn Ocean.
no, I know, but you know why? Because the original text of Ocean is it always target, like, ruling wise, it always targeted, but the original text because that was at the time it was played, that you and I would both know, it made it sound like it didn't target. It didn't have the word target.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe it's the field spell that doesn't target. Isn't there like a skyscraper field spell?
I kind of feel like
that returns as well. Yeah, no one probably targets it.
No, I'm literally gonna pull it up because yeah, like when this happened in the World League thing, I like looked it up and I was like, I was pretty sure it didn't target either. Yeah, because it says the original is once returned during your standby phase, you can return 1 Elemental Hero or Destiny Hero monster from your side of the field or graveyard to its owner's hand. So that definitely sounds like it does not target.
And it always targeted?
Yeah, I think so. And then eventually it's like select and then I don't know.
Oh, weird. He drew Miracle.
Strange.
Weird. Weird.
I mean, Ryan's Force and Torrential are gone, so... Oh, you're saying James had drawn the Miracle is one card that got popped. Wait, so why didn't he use Miracle? He was... Wait, why the fuck didn't he use Miracle? Wait, this is crazy.
Wait, what?
He didn't use Miracle?
To put him at 100?
Oh!
Was kinetic?
Oh yeah, I guess it would have just put him at 100, I don't know,
yeah.
Wow. Read the Cypher Soldier, and now he's at 800, and now Ryan can pay, and he can't pay. How the turns table.
How the turns table.
And I gotta say, you know, I would maybe rewind to a few turns ago when he lost a Cyber Dragon for no reason, as potentially a turning point of this game.
That is so weird.
That was a strange thing that we witnessed.
So weird.
I just wonder what, like, cause, okay. What now? I mean, does he pay? But also, what are his
Maybe-
traps? Like, he's got to have some. He's got to have a real trap. He doesn't have 4 back row and 0 real traps. Like, how?
if there's,
And also
if
2
there's
sparks
any
are gone.
real-
Like, they can't be double dead sparks. It's like,
So he lets this drive.
no, he negates it.
Okay.
But it can't. I mean, the set can't be miracle because he would have double miracle. But okay, and he has no targets on the. Oh, they like were all. Oh, okay, the one was prison. All right.
Okay, so there was a real. Maybe you. Oh no.
Yeah.
He, Rhoda. Oh, dead.
I mean, that's kind of the nature of the deck once you get really late game. But
Yeah. Okay.
weird.
Okay, I gotta take my dog out.
Okay,
But
I'll do the
TV posted.
finals.
Why not Royal? Oh, hold on. I gotta see this answer first.
Wait, who did they ask in the chat?
Right, Coco asked in game, why not Royal Oppression Cyber Drake?
Wait, I would also like to hear the answer.
Your cyber.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I'm falling off my chair.
Ryan won. Nice job. Yeah, Coco and Obito. We got 2 more matches.
I wasn't going to it all, to be honest.
Yeah, so then why'd you do it on the Chimera? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I wasn't gonna at all, but like, what does that mean? Like, because it would have kept his miracles alive, but yeah, but then what? I mean, yeah, it would have run over the Cyber Soldier, but yeah, I mean, obviously you either do it on the Cyber Dragon or you don't do it at all. So it's like
God.
weird, very strange. But congrats to
Yeah,
him.
Yeah, that's all right. I may return.
Okay. Just
Bye, good
message
luck.
me. I'm gonna leave this call, but message me if you want to.
Yeah,
come back on.
yeah.
Okay.
As well. Okay.
Marcus, everybody. Classic player. Now we have Obito and Raikoko, and I hope these guys. You know, I'm not gonna grill anybody to play fast or anything, but I would hope that they can play at kind of a reasonable pace. Because I mean, that was a bit long. No, am I wrong? That was kind of a long one. But I believe these guys are getting to it. Or are they? Where'd he go? Where did he go? Oh, okay, there he is. So we're at our final, well, we're at our final 3 players. We're at top 4. Diego already was eliminated by Samu, but we got Obito and Raikoko and Samu. All O's. Samu, Obito, Raikoko. I hope they start soon. He's probably using the bathroom or something. He had to take a minute there. Okay, we're in. We're in. Who we got? I'll make a new poll. Fuck it, we're making a poll. Yes, Diego, I see what you're saying. Yes, that was the situation. I forgot. So now we have Hero, Blackwing, and Vayu. which, you know, I think kind of hard to argue are 3 of the best decks in the format. So we have successfully eliminated the fake decks, I guess. Vayu seems like that's what people thought was going to win. Let me hit this one. You hit a new one. Who you got? Let's see. Raikoko, 7. Or Obito, 95. Ask my community. My community, what do we think? So we're starting slow, just some set items. I know that Obito has a kind of interesting style of play to his Blackwing deck, and even here, what is going on? Because maybe he led off with the set to try to bait the shoot. I see. Yep, this is a smart thing to do. You know, sometimes people hold their dust shoots against hero beat because they're waiting for you to activate a search spell. I don't really necessarily agree with that line of thinking, but sometimes you can catch people because once they realize you don't have a search spell, they get scared and they want to use it as soon as possible. So I think that, you know, doing little things which really cost you nothing, like set first. I mean, unless they shotgun an econ or something like that, you're probably just going to be in a good spot regardless. The alias is summoned, and the fact he's, you know, chose to go for alias obviously made me think he has a spark, but it could also be trying to set up something like a Stratos, but spark is obviously the most likely thing. Honest also is a possibility. It gives you a little more defense guaranteed. Circle gets summoned. You know, I gotta be honest, I think these guys are 2 of the best at playing these particular decks, so this I think will be a nice match and kind of a showcase of a matchup, which Hero, most people would argue, should win, but like I talked about in my most recent video, my only video, I think it's a little closer than people realize, and I'm curious to see if this kind of shows that, because I think the way that Obito plays especially is kind of what I was referring to when I was saying, like, oh, I played against these other people, and it kind of like put me on to a different way to play the Blackwing deck. He was literally one of the people I was referring to, so. Interesting guy, kind of came on Format Library recently within the past maybe month and a half, and he got #1 in not too long, which if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, you can join Format Library, you play some ranked games, kind of similar to Dueling Book Ladder, but since they're not going to give us Dueling Book Ladder for Edison, they have it on there. So you just report your games as you play them, and yeah, he went on a really big streak, which was, I believe, ended by none other than yours truly, but, you know, still an impressive streak nonetheless. I think like a 27 win streak or something, which is crazy. I don't even know if I've done that, but yeah, definitely a really strong player. I don't know, I feel like sometimes he maybe like overthinks himself or something, like is too cautious into back row, because once I realized that he's very, very cautious about throwing his Shuras, his Sirocos and stuff like that into the opponent's back row, especially if he has the Whirlwind. You know, he really wants to make sure that those cards can connect and combo, and he can wait to clear the back row. But once I realized that, I wouldn't set stupid bluffs, but I would set bluffs for sure, and it would kind of, I think, throw him off and give me a lot more time to develop, even when my hand wasn't actually that good. So maybe a slight weakness in the game plan if Obito, you're watching this later, you know, if someone catches on that you're a little cautious around those sets. But I guess I only really learned that after like rewatching multiple of our games. So this Future Fusion does resolve. It's not oppression. And Raikoko, I would say, just real killer, man. I actually, you know, I really do like the way he plays, and played him in a number of, you know, cash tournaments and other random things, and I just think he's a strong player, and you can tell he just thinks about it. I don't know, in a strategic and cautious way. You know, I think he's just smart about this stuff. So I just like what he's got going on. Definitely one of the kind of small list of players playing a lot of Edison that I think is really strong and I respect a lot. You know, I mean I respect everybody, but you know what I mean. Like I definitely think he's upper tier. And I always like watching him play because yeah, you're not seeing any stupid flubs and stuff like that. So Raikkoku 7 is sitting with a 60% right now. So, you know, yeah, like I said, this didn't hit Future Fusion, obviously MST, I mean, maybe you would save an MST, but probably not. And now his graveyard has 2 things for a Hero Blast or whatever. Also just the Miracle's Live, so I think these guys are both thoughtful people. You know, I don't know. I think I'm probably just gonna say right now I'm most likely not gonna issue a slow play warning. I'll just let him duke it out. You know, this is some street basketball, Yu-Gi-Oh. But so we have Special DeGale, I believe, and that gets caught by his own Royal Oppression, lets the Future Fusion through, or gets the Future Fusion through before he has to activate the Oppression. All this feels good. And now, okay, we're going to chain, probably target the Oppression and the Future Fusion. That's awesome. I mean, that's a good turn from Obito. And now this Gale is going to run over cleanly, and I believe you have a... Oh, okay, we got more guys coming down. And the Vayu Sirocco, I didn't even realize, I guess, at first. That was a great way to play around the oppression. I mean, I'm sure he wasn't specifically thinking about the oppression coming from Raikkoku, but that was an efficient way to deal with it. And he doesn't feel the need to go for the Armed Wing here, just vulnerable to a lot of crackback if he does have, say, an absolute 0. And I'm pretty sure he's going to make Arm Master in defense here, if I had to guess. That will prevent it. Oh, in attack? Okay. Maybe he has another answer to the 0? I don't know. I thought in defense would make a lot of sense, but maybe there's something I'm missing as far as the way he could answer. Maybe he's trying to bait him into the 0 for some reason. I don't know about that one. It seems like defense. And then they can't crash their absolute 0. It seems kind of nice to me. But I don't know, maybe I'm tripping. Really, it just gets the Gale off the board, which would have been easily run over. So, you know, it gets a little extra damage and kind of make sure you don't take a minus there. And the Arm Master obviously is a strong item as well. Doesn't lose to the Honest, but if the Miracle comes down, kind of trivializes the whole situation. If we have double Miracle, of course, then we can just clear the Arm Master and hit direct, but it really depends what you want to do. You know, if you do that, you burn both Miracles, maybe you swing to the Deep Prison or something. So I would be more inclined to, even a 0 in defense mode could be a pretty reasonable play, although that would allow him, if the last card is Blizzard, which I wouldn't put it past him the way this game has been going, then he could put together a Stardust alongside this Arm Master. Now I'm wondering, if it follows up with a Miracle here, maybe this Alias Summon was just both to, you know, maybe check a bottomless, but also if he has Spark, then he could chain it to an Oppression from Obito. So that could be a nice way to ensure that the Miracle goes through. You could always just do this too if you're worried about Solemn specifically, or just hit the Arm Master. Yeah, if you do have Solemn, it seems like a pretty clear use there. But now, if you do have, well, no Miracles in sight, okay. I wonder what this set card is, because You had to have kind of known that Solemn was a possibility. Like the 3 had been set from Obito, and it seems likely enough to me. But it does guarantee that this Mirror Force clears the Armor Master, although I could have seen a world where Neos was summoned, Mirror Force and Spark were set behind it, so you get off the Mirror Force, and then if they Solemn that, then you use the Spark, but a little hard to say. I could even see the world where Obito might have wanted to Solemn the Alias just to shut down any possibility of this happening. But are we going to see a game shot here? If he has a Blizzard, then he will be able to go for Armed Wing and Goyo. Oh, this also makes Silverwind. I forgot that he had the additional target beyond Sirocco, but are we seeing Gores dropped here? Oh, he has double clue. It doesn't even matter about the Gores. Oh, yeah, oh. Yeah. I kind of felt like a Gores was coming, but yeah, he just had it all, so. Obviously drew one of the Kalutes for a turn, so kind of hard to know if that had gone slightly differently. Would he have been incentivized to drop the Silverwind anyway, and maybe gotten kind of blown out by that Gores, but in the end, double Kalute takes it home. I mean, pretty lucky, not gonna lie, pretty lucky, but we take those. I don't know if that's the best example that I could have gotten of Blackwing actually having a good matchup against Hero, but it certainly did its thing. I don't know. We're still hitting at a 60-40 split, even though he lost game 1. Even though he lost game 1, you know? Appreciate you guys rocking with me, you know? I'm nearing the end here. This match, then one more after against Mr. Samu Postino. And it's been a great stream so far. I had Marcus stop by briefly, you know, just good vibes, and appreciate you guys. Again, like, not trying to make it a big thing, but if you do want to donate, the PayPal thing's on the stream. You know, that's going to go right to the prize pool and help making some more dope stuff. So stay tuned for a video this week. Me and Matt K, Mr. Matt K, who won the biggest North American Edison event at Nationals this year. We're going to be talking all things Value Turbo, so that's not to be missed. And yeah, just, you know, I'm excited to be making some stuff again. It's just nice to share some knowledge and talk about the game, because obviously, despite the second time I've said this, but despite whatever people may think, you know, I do really play a lot and appreciate the nuances of the game, and been playing for so long at this point that it only feels right to share it. So yeah, I mean, just appreciate everybody rocking with it, and glad we can do these tournaments occasionally. Maybe not every week, maybe not every month, but you know, we put on when we can. So this is going to be a tea set from Raikoko, and Obito. What will he answer with? You know, we might be looking at something like a Snowman Eater here, but by the flip side, you know, you could also try to bluff them. But we're seeing a double roll, and this could be pretty dangerous. I mean, this is certainly a way that the Blackwing deck can just storm way ahead, and that Dust Tornado, even though it stops one, you're still getting the plus on the other. So obviously just one of the strongest openings that you could have here. And I think a Shura search could make a lot of sense. I mean, if this is Snowman, then the Sirocco cancels over it pretty easily. You could also get Gale if you're really reading Snowman. Make yourself a Stardust Dragon or a Dark End and kill it. Depending on how much back row you have to back it up, I would say that those are maybe your options. Obviously, Bora special, Pierce over for 18, but I would say that probably either one of those other plays, just Sirocco and search the Shura, or getting Gale, are probably the more preferable lines. Okay, we found Gale. Now is this going to be a Stardust or a Dark End? Okay, Stardust. Yeah, we did see that Gores at the end, so maybe the Dark End would have played a bit too much into that. But it was DD Warrior Lady. So, and that's just a big feels bad, and suddenly that that double whirlwind opener completely reversaled. And I don't know, something about it, like, it just seemed a little too obvious of a snowman for me. I can't really put my finger on it. Like, obviously that's what you would assume it is if Hero is setting a monster post board against Blackwing, but I don't know, it just seemed like, oh my god, and he just storms him out of his whole existence. So now both whirlwinds are dealt with. He's up on cards. He just came back from a double whirlwind opener, clean, easy. I don't know, and that maybe that dark end was the play. It takes out the risk of that DD Warrior Lady. But hey, like, and if he did have the Honest in hand, I mean, props to him for setting it, because it's like, yeah, obviously he would have made a different play if he knew that thing was face up and not attacked into it with Stardust, clearly. But kind of tricked him. I mean, he really thought it was Snowman, clearly. That is very funny. I mean, can't really call it, but it was a big risk to take. I mean, I was not particularly considering DD Warrior Lady myself, but like I said, it just, I don't know, the Snowman, like, it just seems like you'd probably rather summon your Alias or Stratos over the Snowman if you had it, but maybe I'm tripping. I mean, maybe it's just a simple guessing game, but I don't know, something about it just didn't seem right to me. It seemed a little too easy. And yeah, what a big swing, because now you lost a couple of... Having the Gale in deck is also super relevant for, I mean, this matchup, but really Blackwings in general, because not being able to make the 7 off the Shura, and being able to search it to get over monsters mid-game is really, really, really relevant. So, losing the Whirlwinds, that's obviously huge, but the Gale, low-key, is also very impactful. And he is pondering now how he is going to be able to get back into this game. I mean, at the same time, these honest beats are getting in, but it's only hit twice now. You're still very much at a rough parity of cards. The problem is that he has literally his entire engine and deck left to draw into, and you have a Dark Armed or a Blizzard, like, your best plays are very much out of the way. So a Bora comes down, and that will stop that Honest from getting in for too much more damage, assuming this does not get answered by a simple D-Prison or whatnot. If I'm him, I'm probably just D-Prisoning that. I'm getting it out of there. I'm not giving him a 4 for the Blizzard, and he seems kind of low on resources, so I don't want him to get that live Icarus against multiple of my cards. I don't know, maybe if I have something like Starlight Road, or then I'm okay with leaving that Icarus online, but we're about to see right now. Also the Cyber Dragon, that kind of makes sense if he knows he's going to be able to cancel over this Bora. But the Bottomless Trap Hole will banish it, but it does leave him open now. You could commit the Alias freely, even if he does not have a Gemini Spark. And with that Honest in hand, he'll be able to safely attack over this Bora, even if Obito does have a Kalu. But he just gets Stratos. Maybe the Stratos won't attack. I could see that certainly being a line. Basically guaranteeing with the Alias the next turn, as I just spoke about. But you are maybe high enough life that you can risk the Kalu. I'm not really sure about this one, because this seems like you're up so much that this seems like one of the ways that you could get out, out-tempoed, or whatever you want to say. Like, maybe he has enough traps that he's not so worried about it, but I don't know about that one. It seems like no attack there could have been an easy play. And this gives him 3 darks too, not for nothing. And he did think on the attack specifically, not on the summon. I mean, not that Raikoko is beyond bluffing there, but hey man, if you're Obito and you got that Dark Armed, after the way that this game opened up, and your late game is going to be a struggle, because he's just gotten to his Alias, he probably has some good cards to combine with that, whether that be a Spark or the Blasts or whatever, but those are all very damaging, especially when your ability to generate any advantage has been completely decimated by losing those Whirlwinds. So yeah, I mean, if I have the Dark Knight, I'm probably just going for it. I mean, easy for me to say from this perspective, but the value gets summoned. Now this is 25 represented, and if that, I mean, The Force was the old set, okay. That he didn't use on that first Bora attack because he wanted that Cyber Dragon to come down. It makes sense, it makes sense. And that Vayu does make the Sirocco Engrave live, so he will have a bit of follow-up, but I don't know. I'm still thinking that, he just lost 2 cards there, and Raikkoku has a hefty 6, so it's going to be hard to, I think, grind your way back into this one, but maybe that's just what you can expect after that first couple turn of interactions. Like, I think you might just have to accept that. I mean, I was going to say it the other way, to be honest. I was going to be like, oh yeah, maybe you just have to accept that you lose the games where they open the double whirlwind and get going too fast, but look at the way it turned around. So maybe from the flip side, you got to accept the games that you play the Stardust into the D Whirlady, and then they have the Storm to crack back, and that's just the way things go. So I don't know, man. Could Oviedo also be setting up for a potential Gores? I mean, that's also a card that, alongside the Dark Armed, which again I think I would have just slammed right there because it would have presented a lethal threat with the Vayu, but potentially, just in the realm of cards that could let him come back in the game, Gores is certainly on that list. I mean, it might need to be a consecutive series of draws and for Raikkoku to not have very strong draws, but that's really the only thing I see now. And unfortunately, no Gores. I mean, BrainCon may be also something that could present a reversal. I mean, BrainCon plus the Armed Wing plus a summon could do it. Maybe he draws a Storm or something to clear everything. I'm just talking, but it is a possibility, To the extent that if I'm Raikkoku, I don't know, if they use a piece of removal, I might just Spark to get my Neos off the board. Like, the BrainCon is an extremely dangerous threat at this point, just as far as damage output, because Raikkoku is going to win on advantage. He has the advantage, he has the tempo, all that. But, oh, this guy just left. This guy's out. I hope he comes back. I hope he makes it back. Oh, he's back. He's back. We're all good. And we did drop the Dark Armed. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, the spark can trade for it, but if we got the Blizzard to follow up too, I mean, hey, that's a hefty combination of cards that we're talking, but if it happens, then it would seal the deal. Oh my god. Oh, he has it. And now is there a Gores? I mean, it has to be Gores to just save him, and even then. And we're especially this for reasons. I mean, it's got to just be game here. I don't think he has the Gores. He's checked the Telltale check your grave to see what you could have done different. Check their grave, see how good they drew. Bora hits first. I mean, yeah, it's good. Wow. The double whirlwind, but the crackback, but then the crackback back. I mean, he had the cards. He had the cards for sure. That was crazy. That was actually a crazy game. I haven't even done this for any of the other ones you see, but you've seen that game too, man. So Blackwings do beat Hero. I mean, luck aside. So what does he do? He has the Dust DD word. That didn't make sense. He didn't even have the Honest yet, so all the stuff I was talking about, what he could have done, didn't even make sense. He had the Dark Arm since turn 1, so he slow rolled it on that prior turn. I thought that may be the case. Drops the Gale. I mean, here it seemed like Dark End could have been an easy move, because that would have been your third Dark as well. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, you set the prison, you get Stormed for your lunch money, Honested, you're just down horrendous. Back, Mirror Force. You slow rolling the because this would just get back to Gale. I mean, it would potentially be 3 Darks, but you seems like you have time here. Kalute comes, but you wait on the Kalute. I mean, the Kalute could swing, but maybe you're reading something like a Cyber Dragon. That's tough. I mean, let me mark this real quick just so they can get it to move on. Obito wins it over Raikoko. Obito. Let me make sure I do not miss the start of their game either. Maybe they were still talking about whatever they were talking about. But that was crazy. So, and then he holds the Kalute there. I mean, a guy like me, I'm tempted to get the 14 in, you know, let him kill it however they're going to kill it. It turns my Dark Arm on, then I can, you know, Dark Arm, make an android or whatever. But this guy's built different. He's constructed alternatively. But now we're risking the, I mean, this makes sense, right? Like that would be our 4, and we protect it with the Kalute. We know he has the Honest, so we know we can't really Kalute there. Yeah, I mean, this seems like, I don't know, a risk on damage, but also had he just searched Alias, he would have been able to guarantee over the Bora. And even if he, well, he wouldn't Kalute there, I suppose. I think he must be kind of reading Dark Arm by this point as well. And on this turn, so we did not summon. I mean, that's really the trick of all this, is we have the 3 darks. We could have threatened lethal. I mean, we know this is most likely not a bottomless, and this could still be, but we decided. But we knew he drew the E-call too, so it's kind of a funny thing to hold there. But we go in. He doesn't say anything else. I mean, this feels like a bit of a mistake too. Like, I wouldn't put him on holding the Storm here, but we're able to just pound out with this. We know we can protect the Honest. We don't do anything. This gets bottomless, and we have held the Blizzard this whole time. We have the 4 target for it. So that's how it's done, folks. That's how you play Blackwing, I guess. Let's see where we're at with these boys. Samu Pistino versus Obito 95. I hope they're not too far in the game. Maybe missed a turn or something. Okay, so it seems that Mr. Obito won the roll. He's cooking. And let me put up another poll, because this was just too crazy. I can't believe he won that game. I was the whole time talking about how down bad he is, but damn. So we're going to open Allure, Banish, Vayu, set 3. Makes sense. And we open Dust Shoot. So Allure, finding the Dust Shoot, always kind of nice. Let's see. Let me end this poll. Oh yeah, you guys vote for Obito now that he already won. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's start the finals poll. Finals. Who? Samu Pistino versus Obito 95. Two titans. Let's see what we got here. So we sent back with the shoot, and he had returned some doesn't deprison value Gale. I didn't see what the send back was, but it doesn't particularly matter to me. It's all the same once it's in the deck. But now, I mean, this is a scary hand if you can get to a Dark Grepher for sure, but as stands, it's a lot of nothing. Would kind of fold to any amount of pressure from Mr. Obito. And just as we enter the finals, I want to say one more time, thank you guys for tuning in. You know, it's been a blast. We're winding down now. Probably the next 30-40 minutes will be our last. But thank you for tuning in. The winner of this match will get this fantastic Yu-Gi-Oh! Box product. I think it's like $80. I don't know. I won it through something. We're just giving stuff away. But if you want to donate, it's on the screen. You know, anything helps. I'll give it back to the players. I'll do whatever. Can't do these tournaments every week. Can't do them every month. But I can do them when I can. And I hope you guys enjoy them. We had 40 great competitors today, some of the best players playing the format, and these guys emerged victorious. And I would say, yeah, these are two of the stronger players, in these brackets right now for sure, that you do not want to play against. So we know this is going to be a non-chainable, thought it was likely the prison, and now we can drop the Bora. Poke, is it the value? It was, so that's a great value, hitting for 17 and just taking away that resource. Now the Gale could potentially crack back over this Bora, but if we collude there or have other ways to, follow up with a Blizzard. Hey SoFlo, no problem. I'm glad you played. I'm glad everyone played. We cooked. We all collectively cooked, I think. But yeah, thank you guys for playing, and anyone who is interested, subscribes to the channel, all that, like, comment, subscribe, sure, do all that, but I don't even really care about that. You know me. It's like I'm not out here. I'm trying to make some content. I'm trying to make some dope stuff that I care about, that is the kind of stuff that I would want to watch. That's really all I care about. But at the end of the day, I'll leave the YouTubing to some other folks. But I do enjoy it. I am enjoying it as we speak. So hopefully more to come. Maybe I'm just like the reluctant, was the refusal of the call. That's like the hero's journey, hero's journey. They always Joseph Campbell stuff, they always like, you think of Star Wars, you think of all these movies, there's always like the guy who's like the chosen one, or he's the guy that's going to bring peace to all the nations, and some guy tells him that, he's like, yo, you're actually good at this shit, you're actually the chosen one. And the guy's always like, no man, I'm just a humble fucking horse farmer or whatever, I'm just a guy. I like that, you got the wrong guy. So there's always this element of refusal of the call. So that's maybe that's what we're experiencing now. Maybe YouTubing is the call, and I'm just out here being like, nah man, that couldn't possibly be me. But then by the end of the third movie, I got all these badass YouTube powers and bazillion subscribers, and everyone loves it. So who knows what will happen. All I know is I'm going to keep making stuff. I will keep posting some tournaments. The frequency I cannot speak to. I hate commitment. I'm not trying to be tied down. So we will do some though. And now he is able to find an Armageddon Knight, and that sends the other Sirocco, puts down this armed wing, and is threatening a crash here. But you also have to imagine that this duelist, Obito95, chose to make the armed wing for a reason. He didn't choose Goyo Guardian, he chose armed wing. And whether that's to make his Icarus live, whether that's a Kalut in hand, or whether that's to put a third Dark Engrave, none of that is very good for Mr. Samu Pastino. And now we're sitting, we know there's a Gale in hand. It could be summoned here, have the armed wing, maybe make a Armor Master or something akin to that. But if that happens, and you do it in that exact order, you are playing directly into that potential Icarus. One Icarus is already gone, so it's a toss-up. But if they have the Kalut, no matter what they Kalut, I think you're in a dangerous position, because so maybe you do just have to make that Armor Master. I don't know. It's also the very real possibility that, like I said, it could be the Dark Armed, in which case none of what you make really matters. You're just going to get wiped regardless. But it could not even be Icarus, and something more like a Mirror Force or the Bottomless on the Armor Master would also hurt quite a bit. So Samu Pastino seems to be in a bad spot. I mean, I think it's only if Obito has absolute air here that these are connecting and it's working out well for him. But he just decides to say, hey, we're running it. If he has the Kalut, I die. If he has anything, I die. I'm just doing the most damage and hoping you have air. And I'm not really mad at it, although, I don't know, I would have to see the full range of options with this other card in hand to know exactly what I would do in that scenario. For Obito, it seems like he has probably many ways to crack back on this. But what will occur is the Icarus attack. And now he could have potentially prevented this Gale from dropping, because he knew that there were that item present in the hand, but he chose to let him commit it to the field, and now will probably be able to attack over it with one of his many monsters over 1300 attack. This also works. The Goyo, take it. Even a Brionac, pitch a Vayu, that could also spell doom for Samu Pastino. Although, you know, the Gores is also a threat at that point. The Goyo claps the Gale right up. That's also going to take Samu off of 3 darks. But if this card in hand is the Dark Arm, there is potentially a world in which he can swing over this Gale, get it active, and come back in this game. Or with an Armageddon Knight, a similar tactic. Now, those are about the only 2 ways that I can imagine. Perhaps a Brain Control, take the Goyo, a Kaya situation could present itself, but other than that, a Burial plus a Kaias, I'm not seeing many ways for him to get back in this game. A Rhoda, that is probably going to search an Armageddon Knight. I'm not seeing really another option, but this could potentially work out because I'm seeing a line here of Armageddon, send Plague, stack the card in hand, Goyo, take this Gale, and then Gale can have the opponent's Goyo Guardian and leave yours with the bigger body on the board. Now, he would be able to essentially do the same tactic on his turn, take the Gale back, attack over, you know, all that, but he's going to opt to go for this Necrocarna, which gives him a little more longevity instead of putting himself with the bodies on the board. And I'm not mad at this because I think it's unlikely that that Goyo Guardian play would get you there, and it would use up all your resources and prevent you from drawing out on the following turn. Now, what will happen here? I think you are forced to Necrogarna essentially, because if the Goyo connects and he is able to dump, say, a second Vayu, that would just present way too much follow-up and advantage, and this is presenting a lethal threat of Goyo, which now you again have to Gardener, and you've also cleared the body that could have been a potential Caius. Now I'm not seeing how Samu could really get out of this one, and he does just scoop. So, Mr. Obito, who has been on a crazy run as we have watched most of it, has just taken game 1 against Vayu. Now, I don't know, the Vayu versus Blackwing matchup, I tend to believe that Vayu has a little more advantages, has a little more flexibility in their game plan. So, I'm also often playing that side of the matchup, but I will say that, as you will hear in the upcoming video that I have made many references to, when I talked to Matt last week, he said that he would prefer to just not play against Blackwing. He would rather play against Frog, because they can clock you so fast, and sometimes the opening hand just becomes so determinative on who wins that game. And I don't disagree, you know? It is very real that no matter what you do, even if you add the Dust Tornadoes, you add the additional defensive capabilities from the Vayu deck, then it is still kind of a toss-up whether you draw those items or whether the Blackwing player is simply able to open too strong and too fast. Right here, the Trooper is not a particularly strong card in this matchup, is often one that I have sided out. Not 100% sure because you have a lot of defensive traps to support him, but in this case, when you have milled two, well, really just the bottomless, but you know, some cards you certainly would rather have milled the Vayus and all that. We've burned our second bottomless, but that is all the bottomless is gone for the game. Unless we are witnessing a Mask of Darkness flip, there will be no more. As the Blackwing player, you gotta love to see that, knowing that for the rest of this game, unless they have a torrential tribute specifically, all of my summons will resolve, all of my whirlwinds, unless they have a dust tornado, will resolve. But we've stormed away the 2 sets, so we've gotten a cheeky plus in that situation, and also gotten our engine live with his Vayu and Sirocco play. Now, Obito could have a Crow here to stymie this, but he does not, and it looks like he'll be taking some big damage. I believe if there's a Gale following up on this, that could just be game. If there's a Burial following up, that could also be game. Now, that is just the end of it, and after all this rambling about, who has the tempo, who has whatever, Vayu just comes out the gate doing Vayu things, plain and simple, and just hitting him with a swift OTK, Storm plus OTK. So, maybe from the Blackwing perspective, you would say the same thing. Oh, maybe you can deal with a lot of the Vayu shenanigans often enough, but sometimes they just draw too crazy and do something like that. So we are witnessing a game 3 of 2 very strong Edison players. I'm happy to, have them in the finals of this Gauntlet gaming event. And if you want to join more, links are in the description. Donate some money. And you can have the opportunity to win even more awesome prizes. I'm going to work on getting, a few maybe small sponsors or just stuff involved. And this is a 40-person tournament. Maybe we can go for 60 next time. 55. Let's be humble. 55. So we're gonna see here the Obito, who lost that game in pretty dramatic fashion, is gonna start in game 3, a decider. Now Samu has to be looking at this and thinking, is this Icarus attack? Would it be so obvious that he would present himself with the opportunity to get a plus like this? And it was the Vayu. Now you're certainly reading Icarus, but from my point of view, I know this guy Obito, and I would say that he is liable to set something cheeky like a Legacy of Yatagarasu and ride it out and make Samu not commit to the board just out of fear of being plussed off that Icarus. So if there's a crackback of a Sirocco, then that could be quite powerful. Now, it doesn't seem like Obito has much going on at all, and I have to wonder, maybe he's just throwing these cards away to fuel a Dark Armed, or perhaps he drew multiple Vayu. Yes, it is multiple Vayu, and once again, hitting that bottomless, one of the best cards in this matchup, so he's feeling good about that. So you basically took a minus over those first 2 turns, but you did get both your Vayus to grave, you have 2 Darks, and you got rid of one of their strongest threats. Now, from Samu's perspective, the Sirocco, not such a big deal to lose. You can always convert that in the grave. And this Dust Tornado is going to clear out a bluffed Nobleman. It looks like Obito had a fairly weak hand, or at least a fairly reactive one. I don't know about setting that bluff, because now a Raikou or a Hamster seems quite dangerous to his situation. Now, we're leading off with the Storm, another Dust Tornado. So once again, you know that he's down on a lot of his removal. But Samu also just saw that Nobleman leave the field. So he's going to know that whatever set this is, a Hamster, Raikou, what have you, is very likely to make it to the grave. And I don't know if he would set a Vayu there with just the Dust Tornado's protection. So I'm feeling more likely that it is one of those Raikou Hamster options. The Raikou is going to connect on the shirt, and are we going to get a crazy mill? No, he mills the other bottomless again, and the Greffer that I'm sure he would have enjoyed drawing in that situation. It does put him to 3 Darks, but Obito also at 3 Darks. Samu, I feel, must be careful, because with both bottomless, if the Dark Current does come down here, I think it'll be able to take both these cards pretty cleanly. Now, this has the opportunity to threaten making an Armed Wing as well. With both bottomlesses gone, it's really just the Deep Prison that could stop his attack here. But there are many other options too, you know, Brionac or just simply swinging with the Blizzard, I think would be reasonable plays as well. This is exciting. I'm excited. I'm in it. I'm here. Are we going Armed Wing? We are. We have the double value engraved. That's potentially threatening 2 more big bodies if this Armed Wing is to be destroyed. But that would only be if this was a Raikou exactly. It could also be a Bluff value since you got rid of the Shura. But you're taking a lot of damage if that is the case. And the Deep Prison is exactly what Samu needed. I think it was a bit of a hasty line from Obito. Kind of unlike him, but maybe he has follow-up that I'm not thinking. Doesn't seem like Samu has any aggression to pair with what is a favorable position for him otherwise. So I'm wondering if, despite losing that Armed Wing, Obito can stall out a little longer. You're almost sure by this point that this is either the Vayu or the Raikou. I would lean more likely towards the Vayu. I said Vayu. I don't know if I actually think it's Vayu. It could be Raikou. I might be tripping. I think I meant to say Raikou. I think it's more likely to be the Raikou. But this is not a bad situation at all. Like, taking that trade with the Prison is great when you think you're going to be able to kill him in the next couple turns, but I feel like the longer this game goes, even though he's down his Heavy Storm, the Blackwing player has a lot of gas left, and the Vayu player is just hoping to piece together an OTK, because otherwise he's lost some of his valuable defense. Gores is also a card that must be considered. It was a Vayu, okay. And now we're potentially pushing for 4,300 points of damage. Okay, but we're gonna stick just with the Sirocco. Will we see a Gores here? No. The main 2 and the end phase. And now that Samu has committed this Sirocco, can we see Obito making any kind of push to get back over? You can't let this Sirocco keep pushing for damage, but at the same time, it's not necessarily an immediate threat. The Bora comes down, attacking into this Sirocco, implying a Caius, but perhaps also a Book of Moon, even though I don't think that is a card that you would keep in the Vayu matchup. This also puts him at 5 Darks and Grave, and with a single Blizzard summon, he will not be able to turn on a Dark Armed, which is very important in this stage of the game. The Sirocco could get tributed off here for a Caius, and then with something like a Burial to follow up, that could present lethal damage. But it also may just be a simple push and set more traps or Raikous. The Deep Prison is a pretty clean answer. Even though he has the Vayu Sirocco engraved, taking out one of those resources is very valuable here. It's been a slow and grindy game. It's really hard to say who has the upper hand. And we find Dushu. I think this mid-game Dushu is going to be quite game-breaking, to be honest. It'll tell him exactly what he needs to play around over the next 2 to 3 turns. Raikou, Gores, Greffer, and Burial. So there perhaps was a world, well, I don't know the exact sequence of these draws, but maybe a Plague and then a Burial play could have been a threat for Samu. This is a tough call on what to send back. The Burial is already presenting essentially 4,600 points of damage. If you leave the Grepher and the Gores, he could just go for it all and go for game. Or maybe he can't go for game without. He can go for 63, I guess. Yeah, he could just normal summon push. So I feel like here it's hard because Obito has also not used any of his traps, and it's hard to say whether Samu would go for such a push of Grepher double Iron Wing. Also, if you have Crow, that could prevent some of those options. It's interesting here that he chooses to throw this Armed Wing into a back row when he could also wait on this Raikou. So I'm wondering if he has any read on what this back row might be. Obito has already gone through 1D prison, so it's maybe unlikely that it's another, but if it's an Icarus even, I think that leaves him kind of exposed. But not setting the Raikou potentially also gives him an avenue to drop Gores on this turn, but I'm not sure. Now, summon Bora. This is the same play we saw the turn prior. I feel Kalut over is obviously the line. He just had a handful of Boras, and if he has another Kalut, he'll be able to protect against the Burial follow-up, but the Raikou can also deal with one of these threats on the board. I think if I'm Samu, I'm probably just setting that Raikou. You're very unlikely to get damaged out with the Gores in hand. You can clear the background and hope to mill another piece to get value off your Burial. Obito's killing it in the poll results. Damn. Okay, so we hit back with these two, and tellingly, he did not return this Sirocco. If he banishes the Vayu and one of the Blackwing big guys, then he will be at exactly 3 darks. But I wonder if Obito could have a Crow. If he did not return this Sirocco, that can only mean one thing. But he does not drop the Dark Armed. It's a bit unclear to me why that would occur, but perhaps making a future Dark Arm live in the following turns is enough reason to not want to put your Dark count too high. I would just be worried about a DD Crow or something similar. He did have the second Kalut. I thought that may be the case, to be honest, because I don't know what else he could have. And it was the only thing that kind of kept him in the game. But we're winding down, guys. We're almost there, I can tell. Thank you for rocking with it. The Gauntlet Gaming, the James Arc, you know, the donations, the prizes, everything. The chaotic entry system, you know. We're going to get there. We're all going to make it. And we're all going to keep playing Edison. A barrier or a blizzard off the top. This can present a lot of damage. Also, the Armed Wing will be a threat that Samu will have a hard time committing to pop since he has the Vayu engrave. Now, if this punches over this Raikou, it'll be a very hard decision on what to pop, but also Obito can't really attack with his Bore directly because of the Gores. So I think from this position, if you're Samu, you would probably pop the back row. But it's a bit hard to say. I feel like his resources this game, he's thrown away a bit and he wasn't under that much pressure, so I don't really know why he did that. But we're here. It's been a long day. He's in Eastern Europe. He's thinking. He's deep in the tank. I mean, I think it's got to be armed wing attack, obviously, but just it's more so thinking about what are the different options of this guy to pop. "40 players announced a few hours in advance." It's great, man. People really want to play Edison. People are hyped. Takes the 27, pops the back row. Mills, nothing. The Armageddon would have been a huge help to him, and both Kaises are now gone. Triple Dust Tornado you see post-board in this Blackwing matchup. Now, I think it would be completely unreasonable to attack with this Bora, but at the same time, he needs to start thinking about how he will get through the scores. The thing is, on this following turn, oh my god, one of the best draws that he could have gotten, a Chaos Sorcerer, banishing the Armed Wing. Chaos Sorcerer showing its value in the mid to late game, completely taking away that resource, and the value is now shut off again. That was a phenomenal draw, or if he held it in hand, I could not even see, but literally one of the best things he could have gotten in this position. Now, what will Obito need to get back from this? A brain control could spell death here, but he does not find it. And now the Sork will probably just run away with this game, banishing the Bora, setting another monster to block. It'll be very hard for Obito to come back in this game. He has too many monsters engraved for Dark Armed. Even this Blizzard, while a good draw, I think will not be enough. With another Prison or Book of Moon even from Samu Pistino, he should be able to lock out this game. You could go for a Goyo over the Chaos Sorcerer, or you go Armed Wing Crash and turn on your guys. I think it's probably more reasonable to go for the Goyo. But we know there's no more bottomless trap holes, so thinking on the summon makes little sense. But perhaps a torrential, especially if you're sending your own value, could be the move. What a draw. Top decking the Blizzard was one of the best things he could have had here. That might just be the game. He's only down to 1850 though. If he can't close it out this turn, and well, with 3 Blizzards gone, it's going to be near. I mean, he can't top a Blizzard. He can't make Armed Wing. I think this one is coming to a close. The 23 direct. How can he get out of this? Maybe in a blind allure. I don't know. He needs to see multiple cards. The Sirocco Bora. Maybe this is a dead Whirlwind face down. I wouldn't be surprised. With nothing in the grave, I think this is the end of this game. That is the game, and Samu wins. Samu takes it, and Icarus, a dead bottomless, drawn a turn too late, and he still had many resources left. Congrats to Samu Pistino. I believe second time winner of one of these tournaments, which is kind of crazy because I've only had like 3 of them. But yeah, classic value deck. Maybe I can even pull it up on the screen. I'll post it later, but let's look at this bad boy. Samu Pistino, where's your DM with me? Samu killing it, great player. Part of the illustrious Twilight Trill roster. Maybe I'll pull this replay for my purposes. So a fairly standard value list. No Book of Moons, main decking the Chaos Source return package with hamsters and no Charge of the Light Brigade either. Gores and the side, very focused, triple dust, triple rug, double oppression, double deck dev, one compulse, likely for the mirror. And that is going to round out this deck. No Cyber Dragons in sight. A very strong deck, to be sure. We can look at Obito's too, just because, why not? We have a few minutes. But seriously, thank you guys all for coming and watching. It was fun. Congrats to Samo, congrats to Obito. Figure out some prize for you too. This is his deck. Again, he's performing really solidly. Similar ratios to, I think, honestly, the list that I had used recently, but obviously with some slight changes. Double value over the Mistral, one Book of Moon main deck, and then he's also got Crow, Double Dyna, this pattern of siding and the deck devs and the Legacies main deck still. So great job to both of these players. I am very proud of both of you, and you did great. And yeah, congrats to everybody. Big James and Diego also performing very well in the top 4. And thank you guys once again. I'm going to sign out in a moment here, but I think it was a fun stream. I did the thing. I made good on my promise to do a tournament in the month of July. By the skin of my teeth, we did one. 40 people on a very short notice. You love to see it. Value winning, you love to see it. And thank you guys for watching, tuning in, vibing out. Marcus for hopping on. I know it was a bit of a slog, but we got there. And, I'm going to do more. I'm going to do more videos, all that good stuff. And I hope that you guys can appreciate it, can like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff, all the stuff that YouTubers say. And the donation thing, obviously, that's obviously, you gotta do that. But yeah, thanks guys, and I am going to cut it there. Congrats to Samo, Comic Gaming, James Ark, subscribe, all that good stuff. Thank you guys, peace.